Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broken, I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 wrists. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Your offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
League diplomacy is back. The 2021 season officially kicks off. Our broadcast starts tonight. We have quite a lineup tonight. We are excited. Welcome to League Night. League Night is our new league-focused broadcast, and we're going to be focusing. We'll separate out all of the tournament games. We're going to focus those on Game Day Live. And with League Night, we are going to cover the Virtual Diplomacy League like we did last year. But the good news is our hobby is growing. Our leagues are growing. And that means we have more games and more leagues to cover. So I'd like to, first of all, welcome this cast of characters you see before you on screen. We're going to introduce, starting with our newest member to the broadcast. We'd like to welcome Mr. Karthik Konath. Karthik, welcome to our stream. And why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Big fan of the Virtual Diplomacy League. Took 3rd place in it last year during the regular season. And now I'm here hoping to cover what I hope are some great games.
Yeah, and Karthik will bring a player's perspective to our coverage, which will be exciting for us to add. Of course, we also have a frequent broadcaster from the 2020 season, Windy City Royale champion in her rookie season, and last night had 2 near solos in Speedboat. Welcome, Corey.
Thanks. I am so happy to be here yet again.
And we also have Adam, the co-founder of the Badass Bay Area Diplomacy Association, a longtime TD for Whipping, and has played in numerous top boards, including the infamous 2016 WDC in my hometown of Chicago. Adam, welcome.
Thanks. Great to be here, Brian.
And Adam, I think you'll be talking to us a little bit about whipping in the near future. And of course, the venerable David Hood, a man who almost needs no introduction. He is a legend in our hobby. I'm going to pick today that you're the host of the only Diplomacy Broadcast Network news show, anchor for the Deadline segment on the DBN. Welcome.
Great to be here. And since you mentioned Deadline, there'll be a new episode of that dropping here in just a few days.
And I am Brian Prevel. I will be your host tonight. I am one of the co-founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. And for those of you who are maybe new to our stream, we've got a couple of offerings. So as we just talked about, Deadlines are a news segment. As the leagues progress a little bit more, Zach Moore and I do a show called Countdown, where we go over the Diplomacy Broadcast Network invitational standings and make some predictions, just have a little fun on that. But the big show is Game Day Live. Game Day Live covers all of the tournament action and has a few of these faces on that show, and then some other heavyweights, including several world champions and other high caliber tournament players as we cover games live. With League Night, we had a lot of conversation during the off season talking about how are we going to cover this volume of games, and the answer is we don't know. So what we do know is that we can't just focus on the Virtual Diplomacy League. That is our bread and butter. We are committed to covering every single VDL game, but we also wanted to expand our coverage. So this episode, we are going to be featuring some games from the Tour of Britain. In the future, we've got several other leagues that we've got our eye on. There is a French league that has been very active, and we hope to get some coverage there perhaps next month. We'll see how that goes. And Asia Pacific has a league that we're watching, and we're hoping to be able to get some coverage there. And then we may also keep our eyes out for some bigger games like club games and things like that for championships, or maybe even dipping our toe into the waters of Speedboat. There's a Nexus Speedboat League that we're investigating. So stick with us. It's a new show. We're going to kind of play around with it. We want to have some fun. We all believe that league diplomacy is one of the most fun diplomacy experiences that you can have. And we're hoping that by providing coverage and showing everybody all the opportunities to play in leagues, everybody will be encouraged to sign up, find one of the various communities, play some games. It's good for the hobby. It's good for us. We get to cover the games and hopefully just have a lot of fun. So with that, that's a little bit about the show. Let's get into some of the stuff we're expecting to see. We're going to take out our crystal ball a little bit. I'm going to start in order as I see it on my screen. Adam, why don't you kick us off? Do you have any predictions about what we'll see in the 2021 season of league play for diplomacy?
We've started to see some interesting trends in the games over the past year in VDL. And one of those trends, which is going to continue this year, is the AI trend, taking out Turkey early. People don't like to see Turkey come out of the box. People are scared of it. People don't like to see these turkeys go back from 2 centers up to topping the board in the mid game. We're going to see the trend of AI working together early in the game, killing Turkey. It's not going to be a good season for the Turks.
And Karthik, I'm going to have you go next. How do you feel about that prediction?
Sure. I take the exact opposite stance. I think the age of the AAR is over. I think people are realizing very quickly that this ends up in an unfavorable situation that is like just a morass that is unable to be resolved, where FG or EF, whatever comes out from the West, ends up winning. I think Eastern powers are going to realize that they may want to work with the Turk rather than against it. And suddenly we'll see the rise of the Turk in 2021.
Corey, how about you? What's your take on this situation?
Well, I also have an alliance take, but I think you guys may all be wrong. I think with everything shifting and people willing to try new things, I think that they're willing to kind of reach out there and try something new. I think we might be seeing the season of the witches.
And for those who may not be familiar with that, the witches, of course, being England and Turkey, longtime hobby described as the Wicked Witch of the North and Wicked Witch of the South, or the West and the East, depending on who you're speaking with. David, how about you? What are your predictions?
My prediction is that everyone who just gave predictions is probably right. This is my prediction. We have lots of new people entering league play, the VDL and the Tour of Britain and the APL and the French league. We've got a variety of players that were not playing last season. I think we're going to see a lot of variety actually between what happens. And I think the prevailing meta or the prevailing ethic may not hold for people who don't know that's the prevailing meta or prevailing ethic. So I think you're going to see some AIs versus T. I think you're going to see some ITs versus A. I think you're going to see some RTs versus AI. I think you're going to see a few Astro Turks thrown in. And I absolutely agree that that the Wicked Witch of the West and the Wicked Witch of the East may have some pretty good games. You may hear those phrases again in tonight's coverage.
Well, what do they call that? Foreshadowing by David Hood. Yes. I, for one, just want to see Italy go west. We've seen some strong AIs. I know Italy can do it. So I am keeping my fingers crossed that at some point, we're not going to see a weak attempt, but we are going to see more than one game. I want to see a trend of Italy going west. So we'll find out. Guys, we have a ton of games to cover tonight. That means we are going to need to go really, really quickly. So we're going to hop right into these games. So Corey and David, you are going to be covering our Tour of Britain games. And we're going to have Adam and Karthik take the lead on the VDL. So we'll say farewell to Corey and David right now. See you soon. And Adam and Karthik, what do you say we get to some diplomacy? And I'm going to share out. All right. So first up, we are going to take a look at VDL game 39. For this game in Austria, we have, looks like a newer player to our league, Richard Maher, or Mayer. In England, we have Miles Holcomb from Australia. In France, we have Andre Janico from Lisbon, Portugal. Germany, we have another new player, the Doctor. Italy, we have Matt Lynch from Dublin, Ireland. In Russia, we have Eskil Sandblom from Stockholm, Sweden. And in Turkey, another new player, Alex Noggle. Great to see some new players to the game. I'm real curious to see what kind of behaviors and openings they bring to our league. So with that, Adam, I think you can take us away.
When I reviewed this game, I was really struck by how one's preconceived notions of what you see on the board in the first season or two can really be turned upside down incredibly quickly. In 1901, we really just see a lot of standard stuff with France and Germany and England all doing fairly nice things. And in the West, what looks like it might be a nascent RT. And then in the winter of 1901, we see the kind of builds that sort of have you thinking Western Triple, two armies in Munich and Berlin for Germany. The Fleet Army, of course, could mean many things for France, but without Portugal taken in with a fleet on the south coast, it looks friendly. England building that fleet in Edinburgh certainly looks nice. Harder to tell what's going on in the East, but as we get into 1902, yes, indeed, this really does look like your Western Triple. We've got Germany moving everything to the East. We've got France sending stuff to the South. It looks like Italy is responding. It looks like Russia has foreseen this, and it looks like even Turkey is not doing anything particularly aggressive against anyone. So the Eastern Quad is all responding right away to this nascent Western Triple. Full 1902, but it's not a Western Triple. The Germans get a little bit of humbling experience. The Doctor getting a taste of his own medicine as the English jump in on Denmark. The French make what looks like an attempt on Holland. And now this Western Triple is no longer a triple, but is actually an EF. With the rest of the board now had been focused on dealing with this early triple, now has to do a strategic realignment as we go into 1903. So who will be the odd person out? And it looks like it's going to be Austria, with Russia aggressively moving into that direction. The Austrians seemingly still wanting to do something in the middle of the board, but that's being taken advantage of by the Russians. On the other side of the board, England continues its relentless attack on the Germans. The Italians seem to be responding to this RT by turning completely around, sending those fleets that had great position against the French back towards their homeland to protect against the oncoming presumably predicted oncoming assault. 1904, we see the middle is starting to flood with English armies. The French are pushing through the middle. Germany is really pretty much out of this game. Will the EF continue? Will somebody make a stab? What about in the West? Is it truly an RT, or is something else going to change? Certainly the Italians say, I'm going back after the Turks because I'm afraid of the RT. And France says, thank you very much. I'll take Western Med and go for Lyon. 1905, it's all EF versus IRT. Everyone recognizes that this is a problem in the East. It's becoming an increasingly smaller Italy able to defend this, but EF just continues to roll across the board, pushing the Russians back. Turkey has no choice but to stick with where they're at and hold their line against the French in the Med. 1906 sees what looks like a dot exchange with the English taking Holland. Could this just be an exchange to get them even to end the game with whatever result that everybody wants to? And at the end of 1906, indeed, we do see game over. What I'm struck here with the end of this game is, while we did see that little bit of a dot exchange to even out the EF, this really actually is locked up. We have a 14 center stalemate line on the eastern side of the board. So with England and France not seeming to be ready to stab one another, this board is locked and done. Karthik, any thoughts?
I think you've hit pretty much every single note on the head. Yeah, I don't have anything much to add to that. Well done.
So, Adam, one question I did have. Do you feel like this ended in a 10-10 split. I believe that the VDL is playing under open tribute scoring this year. So there's a pretty, it's 73 is a decent score. It's not bad.
So it's a 37-point difference for the board topper, right? And it's I don't know what the difference is for the other player. I mean, look, you've been running that alliance almost since the beginning of the game. It does seem like the sort of thing where if you're not going to have an opening to stab, which, it's hard to say, but in a game that's time limited, that's probably not what you necessarily want to be doing here. It's an early game in the VDL. You're getting yourself a good score. It's a marathon, not a sprint, to get into that invitational at the end. So, you're getting a good reputation for your play, rewarding your ally. I see no issue with what they did here.
All right, well, let's bring up our next game, VDL game 40. In this game, we see in Austria, Chris Wardy from Chester, Great Britain. England, we have Nick Armenta. I mess Nick's name up every single year. I am so sorry, Nick, from Nebraska. France, we have Tom de Grief from, is it the Netherlands? In Germany, we have Debian's own Brandon Fogel, who has his location undisclosed. I believe right now that it is Florida. In Italy, we have John Lewis from Costa Rica. John may be our first player from Costa Rica. That's fun to see. Russia, we see Natty Schaefer from Salt Lake City. And in Turkey, we have Jaromir Sulja from Georgetown, Ontario, Canada. So a great mix of some longtime players and some bigger names with some newer players. So Karthik, we will have you get right to it.
Sure. So unlike in VDL 39, I was surprised by how much the game flowed directly from 1901. So spring 1901 was fairly standard with a few things to note. England opens Liverpool to Edinburgh, suggesting his diplomacy with France was very friendly and that the additional strategic flexibility was worth the trade-off in security because in his view, France going to the Channel and Picardy was just not going to happen. Unfortunately for him, that's exactly what happened, and France rewarded that belief by doing exactly what England didn't want to have happen by moving to the Channel and Picardy. Rome going to Naples is odd as well, as it is generally inferior to Rome to Apulia, but not a huge deal. The major deviation from the norm comes in the south, where Ankara goes to Constantinople, setting Turkey up for an early fleet presence in the Aegean. Based on Turkish moves in the fall, though, it seems as if the move by Russia to the Black Sea was not agreed upon, and as a result, Russia is denied Romania. Because France got into the Channel, we see a position that gives way to a strong FG as France supports Germany into the North Sea. With Russia neutered and England actually helping Germany into Sweden, there is no one in the north to help England, so their destruction is relatively quick as they fall by 1903. On the other hand, in the east, there was just much more chaotic, as Austria and Turkey spent that time fighting Russia and got little more than Sevastopol for it. On the other side, Italy fought Turkey, and unfortunately for them, they were unable to get any Turkish gains. Instead, switching tack in the fall of 1903 to trying to take Greece from Austria, while Austria took Bulgaria from Turkey. As we see England die, though, we see the East suddenly come together and move towards the line as they see the threat of the FG coming down towards them. However, unfortunately for Austria, Turkey eventually takes advantage of the Austrian benevolence over the course of 1904 and 1905 to take a large majority of his dots, eventually taking all of his dots besides Vienna. The way that the East moves to the line, unfortunately, creates a lot more pressure on Germany than it did on France, which allows France to make use of the units they picked up from England to stab Germany for position and also walk right into Holland. 1906 sees France taking position before eventually grabbing Denmark, Edinburgh, and Norway for good measure in 1907. So from my end, I'm curious to why the game ended where it did, as I think France and Turkey both had reasons to play on for better results, as there were centers Turkey could have gotten to take him over France and get the board top bonus, while helping Austria and Germany survive in Munich and Berlin from the south to stop French gains from there. On the other hand, France had a reasonable shot at getting Tunis, depending on how aggressively Turkey wants to play for the board top, because if Turkey chooses to try and top by taking Naples, Rome, and Venice from Italy, France could have easily taken control of Tyrrhenian and backfill fleets into Western Med and North Africa, and then force Tunis. So I'm curious to what you think, Adam, if I missed anything, or if you feel differently about the end of the game.
No, I mean, I think, again, this is a time-limited game, so we really don't know where they were time-wise at this point. Certainly, if in a time-unlimited game, France has little incentive to not continue playing to push the board a little bit. In a time-limited game, this is an outstanding result, being at 12 centers. Looking from Turkey's perspective, it's hard to see why you wouldn't accept a draw here. You're on 10 centers, second place on the board. Your likelihood of getting a board top is really slim. If you go for it, as you pointed out, you're really throwing a major risk at a solo. The people you're going to be taking dots from are the people who you actually need to be holding the line in the long run in this game. So I think it certainly makes sense given the situation here.
And 120 points is a very respectable score, and 62, that's a very strong second. One of the higher second place scores we've seen into the scoring system. So I think both of those players will be pretty pleased walking away with these points. Moving on to VDL game 41. In Austria, we have Evan Swihart from Cincinnati, Ohio. In England, we have Wes Ketchum from Chicago. France, we have Jackson Roberts from Orange County, California. Germany, we have Liam Stokes from Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. Italy, we have Michalis Kamaratis from Brighton, Great Britain. In Russia, we have Maxim Popov from Ames, Iowa. And in Turkey, we have Karl Ronberg from either Seattle or New York, where he happens to be at the time. One thing I do want to point out, and I failed to mention earlier, is on the left-hand side, you see the DB&I ranking. The DB&I ranking is being carried over from the 2020 season. And we're going to keep that ranking for a period of time. We're still deciding exactly when we're going to update to the new DBNI rankings. So this is based off of the previous year's performance, just in case anybody was wondering. So with that, let's get on to our moves. Adam.
Okay, let's hop right into this, and I want to draw everyone's attention to the east to start this game. And the notable things that are happening there is, we have Venice walking directly into Trieste. Common theme we've seen with the army going into other army going to Apulia, often the signs of an early friendly IT. We also see lack of bounce in Galicia, which maybe indicates that maybe this was not an agreed upon move. And then we see the Turks moving up to Armenia and bouncing the Black Sea. So this sets things up for the fall, which we see some pretty unusual moves between AI, which is the Italians taking Tunis with their fleet, and the Austrians, instead of supporting their fleet into Greece, moving into the Ionian Sea and pushing the armies down south, with Trieste going to Budapest. This all worked because the Turks went to Romania rather than sending their army in Bulgaria into Serbia or Greece. The Turks notably hold in Armenia, but do take the Black Sea. So now we've got what could be an IA, or it could be a fight about to start between IA. Certainly those builds by the Italian don't look immediately aggressive against the Austrians, but look at France, 2 fleet builds, no army builds, and Belgium untaken. Let's move into 1902, where we see what looks like, yes, it is perhaps an AI, with the Austrians moving into Bulgaria while the Italians support the Turks up into Romania. Really interesting set of orders right there. Is it the Austrians and the Italians working together, or is there something perhaps more sinister going on with the setup? Note that the army in Rome went up to Venice. What is actually happening here? In the West, the French do look like they're going to send their fleets to the south, but we have the English moving into the Channel, so that could put a wrench in those plans there. Moving on to the fall, we see something quite different than what we were expecting to see. It looks like everyone was supporting the Italians into Romania, with the Austrians thinking that they're going to retake it. But no, Italy moves into Trieste, convoys into Greece. What is this? It's the Italians said, well, I wasn't going to get anything off of Turkey here, so I might as well get some dots off of my friend in Austria. And boy, is this a devastating turn, with Turkey retaking Bulgaria as well. Meanwhile, the French say, okay, we're not coming after you, Italy. We're just going to pull back. Really some very conservative moves, going back into Marseille, covering Brest and Mid-Atlantic here. But no, the English seem to be going into Belgium, not after the French centers. So going into 1903, it's really still unclear now it's really clear what the alliance structure is in the West. Look at those 2 shiny new fleets by England, clearly not friendly to the French. Moving ahead, we see the IT continuing to roll on the eastern side of the board, and this nation FE starting to make their move against France. Pushing ahead, this is really the alliance structure that we are going to continue to see throughout 1903. But then as things progress, are we going to see a realignment? Austria is dead. Can the IT really hold together? Or is that destined to fight? Well, indeed, the German-English alliance is clearly the bigger concern here. We can see the Italians are actually supporting the French forward against England. Boy, France, under this serious attack, still has all of their home centers. They get a German army into Marseille, but it can't hold it in the fall if they defend. And indeed, they do kick them out. This is just great defensive play on Jackson's part. The Italians continue to march up towards the middle. The Turks and the Italians seem to still be on the same page, with Turkey pushing up into Russia. There's dots there that they can take. They don't need the Italian ones. 1905, continuing to push towards the middle, with IT helping French hold. England says, I'm not getting any French dots, so in fall 1904, why don't I take some from Germany? And that's what's going to happen in the fall of 1905. There it is, Sweden and Denmark. Germany, thank you very much. Sweden, Denmark, Holland, I'll take those. So now I'm at 9 centers, and I've got a shot at a board top. Well done, England here. So we've got England at 9, we've got Turkey at 9, we've got Italy at 8. So how will this pan out? Will the Italians go for some will the Italians and the Turks fight? Will England be able to push forward? 1906, those builds by the Turks definitely spook the Italians. We're pulling back because we see the potential writing on the wall. The Turks are pushing forward a little bit. Fall 1906. We see a little bit of just holds by the Turks, some aggressive moves by the Italians. England trying to figure out what to do about the French here, and then drawn. So I found this game end to be really interesting. This is a super dynamic position, but to me, this looks like a little bit of a game of chicken for both the English and the Turks, which is why they're continuing. If you're playing England here, do you really want to be trying to guess what the French are going to do? You've got to cover Wales. You've got to cover London. Your fleets aren't advancing into the mid-Atlantic. So what are you taking for your next dot? If you're playing Turkey here, if you're playing Turkey or Italy here, do you have so much confidence in your position that you're going to get the drop on the other one? Seems a interesting place to draw. Certainly good reason why everybody was willing to do it. Certainly lots of play left if anybody decided not to.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Adam. I think I do like the Italian position, most of any position on this board, but it's definitely going to be a huge headache for anyone playing this game. And with it being a time-limited game, I don't think it's much worth playing on. So I think I agree with you that it's a good place to draw.
So in this kind of situation, it feels like somebody is the kingmaker. Somebody is saying, "Hey, I'm maintaining balance of power because I can throw my dots." Like that. That's why I feel like we need to draw here. Karthik, who do you feel like on this board had the best position to have that kind of leverage?
I think Italy had the best kind of leverage, which is why I really like their position. I think it's both the best offensive position and also the best, like, hey, if you guys don't do what I like, I can easily guarantee that someone gets my dots and it won't be you. They're sort of the fulcrum of the board right now. They have control. They have the easy access to the French dots. They have the ability to put like England into them if he wants to. And by the same token, he has the ability to just walk out of his dots in the Balkans and give Turkey those dots if England makes moves that he doesn't like. So I think that Italy has both the best offense position to take Turkish dots, given the army placements that he has and the fleet positions that Turkey has, since it has a Turkish fleet in Bulgaria and not an army there. I think you have to be really happy with the Italian spot there.
And shout out to Maxime Popov for fighting and holding on to that all-important center of the board, Munich space, and securing 29 points. The VDL does, I believe, take an average of some of the scores, so that could become a meaningful score as we get towards the end of the season. So that's something to keep your eye on. Bookmark.
I'd like to point out in VDL 40 that Chris Wardy, as Austria, also managed to camp out there. He also had Vienna, but he managed to camp out in Munich. But I just want to point out to Adam that the AIR has not happened so far very often in these games, and the rise of Turkey is on us. Oh, Kevin comes up and points out as well.
I love it. Get a little smack between our broadcasters. That's fantastic. All right, well, let's wrap this one up, and we are going to move to tonight's feature game. We're going to bring up VDL 42. In VDL game 42, we have in Austria, Morgante Pell, DB&I ranked 3rd player in the world from Vermont. In England, we have Andre Janico from Lisbon. France, we have Alexandria, Virginia's own Hal Schild. Germany, we have a new player to the league, Dan Schmidt. Welcome, Dan, to this board. In Italy, we have DBNI top 28 finalist Craig Mayer from Billings, Montana. Russia, we have Eber Kondrel from Denver, very active in the Nexus speedboat community and in general online, and former Windy City Weasel. Gotten to know Eber pretty well. And then Turkey, we have London's Seren Kwak, very active in the gunboat community, known and respected pretty strongly in the community for her tactics. So each night during the league night coverage, we are going to, rather than use highlights, try and spend a little bit more time on a feature game, and based off of whatever we feel like is going to be entertaining for us and for the audience. So this board, we liked the mix of players. We've got some big names, we've got some new names, and some players that we have not seen play online recently. So we are excited to get into it. Adam, anything that you are expecting to see in this game? Anything you're looking forward to?
This is a really tough board. These are a lot of really good players. Obviously, Morgante was the VWDC World Champion. Has had a huge amount of success in this format, and is tactically and diplomatically just a top-notch player. Andre has had a lot of success. We've seen him in many games. Hal is a longtime player from the greater DC area. Dan, good luck. You're on a board full of sharks. Craig from Billings, longtime face-to-face player, tournament director. We've all seen Craig. Eber from Chicago and now Denver. Many great results. And Seren, as you pointed out, a fantastic tactician from London. This is a tough match. I'm looking to see some people trying to be very aggressive early in the game and get out ahead and get momentum. I think this game is going to be about momentum, and I think those who try to get it are going to get it and maintain it, and those who don't manage to get it are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Karthik, as a player who played in last year's VDL and did quite well with your results, this is a first game. What are your thoughts? Like, what's going through your head right now? If you're one of these players, you see this kind of lineup, what would your approach be for this game?
Sure. So I think that since this, as you mentioned, is such an early game in the VDL, I think it's very, very likely that these players will be looking for a long-term alliance type play setup. And I think some people may be also be worried about Morgante since he is a great player of the game. But that being said, I think you would be underestimating Seren and Eber and Hal and Andre at your own peril. And we have no idea who Dan is. He could be a great player as well. So I think it could be anyone's game. And it'll be interesting to see how the alliance dynamics break down. I would not be surprised if we saw long-term alliances rule the structure of this game.
Let's watch that closely as we get into our game. We're looking at VDL feature game 42. Here we go. Adam, why don't you take us off as the lead, and Karthik, you can fill in with color.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 1901 moves are typical of games with this caliber of players, where you're commonly seeing people not taking a lot of chances or being overtly provocative. Though the one I would say provocative move is probably that Smyrna to Armenia, which will definitely play into how things go in this game, I'm sure. But we don't see anything in the channel. We see bounces where you normally see bounces. That Piedmont smells a lot like a bounce to me. If Italy really doesn't want to go to Tiroli and has nothing better to do with the unit, it's not terrible to ask France for a bounce there. And I'm guessing that's what happened.
I would agree with Adam there. I think if we saw English in the channel, we could assume that France just sussed out the move to Piedmont. But I think if there is no concerted EG against France, Italy isn't moving to Piedmont without that. So I think this is, like you said, just an arranged bounce there. I think that's probably the most important thing of Spring 1901, other than the move to Armenia.
Yeah, I've played with Craig a few times. I always appreciate his willingness to experiment with openings a little bit, and I would agree. I think that's probably an arranged opening. I haven't had the opportunity to play with Hal. Karthik, did you ever get a chance to play with Hal?
Yeah, I played with Hal once, I think.
So do you feel like this is the kind of thing he would be asking for? Like if you're Hal and you're sitting in France and Italy comes and asks, like, how do you respond?
I don't think he asked for it, but I think he would agree to it. And I think Craig was the one who asked for it in this game.
It's pretty conservative. I mean, I think a lot of players would, if it was requested, I think a lot of players would say, well, why do we want to do that? Why don't you just go up to Tyrolia? Is how a lot of players would respond, or just hold, why do we want to waste a move and, do that sort of thing. But, honestly, if it comes down to it and somebody's really pushing on it, it's probably not something you're going to argue with. I mean, it keeps the army in Marseille, so you can still take Spain in the fall. So
it turns out that according to Russ, last game with Hal, he set up a bounce with Italy and Piedmont. So maybe Hal was the one who did request it.
Interesting.
Okay.
All right. Fall 1901.
Yeah. I think there's a few intriguing things here. One is Morgante's moves are really interesting. He bounces both Trieste and Galicia and goes into Greece with the single fleet. This means he had a lot of confidence that that Turkey was going to do exactly what Seren ended up doing. Certainly reasonable to think that, given the move to Armenia, but also very dangerous if you do end up getting bounced somewhere. Also, if you don't end up getting bounced in Trieste, man, walking out of Serbia would be a really rough start to the game. So Morgante really successfully sniffed out the moves here and is going to benefit greatly from keeping the Russians out of Gal and getting himself his two builds. Otherwise, we note that Italy does take Tunis with the fleet. France takes the two Iberian centers, and there's a whole lot of love between EF with the support for the English convoy into Belgium, where English armies go to die.
Indeed. One thing I would point out is that the army was not convoyed from Apulia to Tunis. Tunis, the fleet in Ionian walked in there, which suggests that, if I had to guess, it's not going to be a strong AI this game going after Turkey. We will either see Italy gang up on Austria with the RT, with Russia against the AT, or we will see Italy head west, which is something Brian wanted to see. So, yeah,
fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. I would like to also point out once again, no AIR.
At least not yet. I mean, to me, this is Morgante's. He's coming in as the heavyweight in this game, and I wonder if his reputation's preceding him, and the rest of the board's just spooked and working together to control him.
I would.
Go ahead.
Sure. I wouldn't say that necessarily. I think Seren is very much clear that she wants to work with Morgante here. I mean, she's going very aggressively against Russia. If she was afraid of Morgante, she probably would be working with Eber against him. And I think, given the Italian decision to bounce in Piedmont, the Serbia to Trieste move makes a lot of sense. Like, what is the move in Venice going to do? So I wouldn't be surprised if Morgante actually asked for the bounce, saying, hey, Italy, you have the army there in Venice. It's not going to be doing anything, right? So let's just bounce in Trieste. Or it's possible you just sussed it out. I mean, because like you said, what else is Venice going to do there?
Yeah. Well, in winter of 1901, we see England going up 2. That's a little atypical. Other than that, we've got some pretty typical growth. I think it is of note that Russia is only building 1, and that build is from Sweden. So for our results, we've got a fleet in Eddie, army in London, army Paris, army Marseille, fleet Naples, fleet Caen, 2 armies from Austria, and an army in Moscow. Moving on to spring of 1902.
Just one quick comment about those builds, which I think is kind of interesting. I think look how friendly the English and French builds are to one another. No fleet in London, no fleet in Brest, right? So you've got to be thinking there's some love going on there. Now look at the German builds, Fleet Kiel Army Munich. Now, this is completely typical and completely understandable here, but you could see reason for both England and France to not really be thrilled with those.
Right. Moving to spring of 1902.
Okay. Yeah. And again, we're seeing something that looks sort of Tripoli in the sense that we do have Germany sending everything east, and we have England going north, and we have France going south. Again, we've seen a lot of this sort of movement in other games, and it often turns into an EF that's pushing Germany in the other direction. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But in this case, Italy is sending everything west as well. So England and Italy and France may be due up for some fighting, in which case there may not be some aggressive play against Germany so quickly. The notable thing in the East, I think, is just that Serin and Morgante clearly are on the same page, and they are collaborating directly.
Yep, agreed. I think we'll see a move to Romania. Never mind, we're in fall 1902.
There it is. There it is.
Yep. You called it. You called it.
Yeah, there it is. It's a very nice tactics here, right? We've got Galicia cutting Ukraine, which guarantees that Rum goes to Sev with the two supports, and then Bulgaria moves into Rum, just follows in right behind. Look at the level of coordination here, right? Because if Romania doesn't actually get the support that they're expecting, that unit could actually be destroyed by the Russians or even destroyed by the Turks if the Turks got greedy here by convoying Armenia back over or something like that. So, man, this is a lot of trust. This is a lot of coordination from those two. They are in lockstep, and that's going to pay dividends on a board like this because the momentum, as I said early on, is on their side right now.
I would like to point out one really bad misorder. Seems that the fleet in Spanish South Coast just held in support instead of support holding Lyon, which leads to getting it blown up. It's just tragic.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, it should have at least gone to Western Med or supported. I mean, there's no excuse for that holding there. I wonder if this was a case of just not getting orders in on time, or just it's a case of confusion over the orders on Backstabber, because Hal should know better.
Agreed.
And Andre, English are coming on to help. We'll see if they actually are helping.
and wow, on one hand, this looks Tripoli. We've got England continuing to go over the top, but Germany and France did bounce in Munich, so that's kind of interesting. And we'll see whether that quote unquote triple lasts very much longer. I'm guessing not.
Well, the trust does not seem to be super strong between France and England right now.
Oh hell, we got a fleet. We missed the fleet in English Channel.
Yeah.
So
he mentioned it. Yeah.
Yeah, them coming in to help.
Okay,
so.
But before you advance, though, I would just like the viewers to take a quick look at the south part of this board and think to yourself, what is the problem with Italy right now? Just take a moment and look at that position and say, what did Craig do wrong?
Well, let's find out whether Craig did it wrong or not.
Oh, Craig did it wrong.
There you go. Yep, there we go. That's what I was looking for.
Yep. So, and I see Craig in the comments saying my golden tongue. So, again, look at the level of coordination between A and T. Look at the trust going on here. We have, we're pushing the Turkish army out of Romania with Austria just walking into the dot because why not? We're on the same page. We can swap dots around. That's okay. And Austria is about to take 2 dots off of Italy with no abandon, right? And that's okay. We can get away with this. This is fine. Again, this is what shows you trust in this game. Man, does it get you a long way.
Yep. Sorry. Continue.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. What I found surprising was that Black Sea went to Arm instead of Constantinople. What I thought was going to happen is that once the fleet in Aegean walks into Greece, Smyrna would go to East Aegean, and then we see some sort of backfilling going on. But this either... Well, let's see if Sarah knows what she's doing here, but this is a little bit too trusting for my likes.
Well, you plop the fleet in Armenia. It blocks any shenanigans from an army coming around that way. And it also gives you the option to move into the Black Sea if something weird does happen. So, I don't hate it. Obviously, it opens up the possibility of something happening in Bulgaria. But why? Right? I mean, you've got momentum on your side. You've built up trust. Why are you going to do a 1-dot stab right there? Wow, Craig. Craig just basically takes out France. So Craig loses Venice and Naples, but is going to build, which is absolutely remarkable. And notice on the other side of the board, Germany walks into Belgium, but that's all because the English take Paris. So France is going to pay for the mistakes of earlier in the game, and that's really unfortunate. But can't say it wasn't coming.
Right.
So,
in Winter Vote 3, we see France disbanding on the homeland. So some interesting choices there. Moving on, spring of 04.
Yeah, I mean, this is EG are now going their separate ways. Germany is moving east. England is, trying to move in a direction where they can make progress, but they're stymied by the French now in Liverpool, and the Italians kicking them out of the Mid-Atlantic, and they've got to cover their backside. So they go ahead and do that. Nobody's really in a position to do something against the other. So this EG, I think, is going to stay together for the time being, especially when you essentially have the AT as a solid foible on the other side of the board, and Italy just doing whatever he's doing, right?
I mean, normally
I think I agree with that.
Normally I'm excited when I'm Italy and I'm in Mid-Atlantic. But
Yep. Yeah, I think the common line is an Italian in Mid-Atlantic is solo destined to happen, but that's clearly not the case this game.
Probably not.
Fall of 04.
Yeah, and okay, I mean, Hal obviously wants to go home because he walks out of Liverpool for no real reason here. So Hal obviously has had it with this game. It's too bad, I would say. There's definitely options to have fun with that pirate ship, but that's a choice. Germany makes it into Warsaw. And Russia makes it back into Moscow. So the EEG are playing serious hardball here, and they're going to make life tough for the Austro-Turk here. So Austria manages to take Rome, so they're going to go up again. Turkey is still sitting at is taking Tunis, so they're going up to 6. But I think this here is actually highlights some of the challenges of the AT alliance. And as you go into 1905, and we see the kind of final position and builds, I'd like to talk about this for a little bit and get Karthik's take as well. Brian, can we advance?
Sorry.
Yeah, so let's just advance into spring to see the spring position. So go back, please, to the position before the moves. Thanks. Yeah, so we have Austria at 9 and Turkey's only at 6. Now, this is a solid alliance. The problem here for the Turks is if you're going to try to make a move, really the dots that are there for you are the Austrian dots. So the Austrian either has to feed you dots from behind or you have to go ahead and take them. And if you go ahead and take them, then you've got no armies in the middle of the board and Germany's going to run rampant. So you really don't have that option. Certainly you can try to talk Austria into throwing you dots, and they might throw you a dot or two, but they're going to wait and try to stay a couple dots ahead. They're 3 ahead right now. What do you do? I mean, this is the classic problem with the AT, right? Especially in scoring systems where you're so focused on trying to top the board. It's darn hard to do it as Turkey unless you really get out of the gate much bigger, much faster.
Right. I think the real play by Sarin here is not demanding like Naples and Rome. I think if you could get one or both of those centers, suddenly you're in a much more even, balanced, and stable position. Especially in terms of just pressing forward, having your fleets in the right position and so on. But the way that the board is set up right now, it's very, very hard for her to do much with Austria in the way, but also with no armies to actually do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, Saren's going to have a good game. I mean, Morgante is probably not looking at a solo in a time game. He's probably going to stick with Saren as long as she doesn't do anything silly and try to stab him. But he's going to be on top, and she's going to be playing second fiddle. And that's, I mean, it's a great position to be in, right? And you've got to really appreciate how Morgante managed to work the alliance this way.
Oh yeah, tons of credit to Morgante. He played a beautiful game this game, and I think he really played the diplomatic aspect of it perfectly.
But let's not assume that Morgante is going to top this board, because we have an EG on the other side, and we've got a Germany at 8 centers, and we've got an England at 8 centers. So let's see how this plays out.
Very true.
Adam, lead us through fall of 05.
Yeah, and it looks like we're actually sort of, Germany's making much less aggressive orders, and actually the AT aren't making super aggressive orders here too. This may be a case where we're pushing up to a stalemate line, and we're really going to actually lock this board down very quickly. That's what it's certainly looking like to me in this situation. What do you think, Karthik?
I think so too. I think we're sort of going to see the Sebastopol-Portugal stalemate line here. I think that's what we're setting up for. We'll probably see like a 9-8 draw or something along those lines, with one of Austria and then either E or G sharing the top with him. I think most likely Germany, but we'll see, or England rather, but we'll see.
What happened in Spain? So Gascony took the north coast of Spain. So Austria should be able to take Marseille now, though.
Right.
And that may block, and they may be able to get Spain as well.
Yeah, they should be able to get Spain, and yeah.
That's kind of clever by Saren a little bit. It's hurting her competition for second place. It'd be interesting to see if that has what impact that could be. A big.
But come on, Saren, get Morgante to throw you a dot. Come on.
Right.
You're doing that to give Morgante more dots, not to get yourself them. Let's see if she gets Naples here. Nope.
I think they may eventually agree to give her Naples, but I think it's going to be a little bit away from here.
Yeah.
Fall of 06.
Yeah, this is just setting up a line. There's nothing to happen here unless somebody cracks, and I don't think anybody's going to crack on this board. There's no reason to.
The interesting thing is if they'll have an agreed upon whittling of Craig, or if Craig will make it into the draw.
They probably leave him in Portugal, huh?
Maybe.
Yeah.
That could be an agreement to give Saren the dots, but we'll see.
I don't know that that's in England's. I don't know it's in England's.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Andre does secure Mid-Atlantic, which will kind of block that unless something funky happens.
That's right.
And then Morgante does pick up Marseille, so it looks like Andre will have a disband. That will be maybe.
Well, that could be London.
London's is the easiest.
That could be London. He doesn't need that.
And sure enough, and swap that over for the army in Trieste. Adam, spring of 07.
Yeah, so I mean, they pushed Turkey into Spain, which makes perfect sense. That's the right thing to do here. Get her that last dot, and I think this has got a draw at the end of 1907. This is locked up. I don't think anybody's cracking.
Yeah, I think she'll be supporting Portugal. Yeah, game over. Oh,
what? Well, they don't need support to support Portugal. Portugal can't be taken, right?
No. As in, I thought they were just going to whittle Craig out, but.
Well, I mean, I would say that neither of them has any incentive to give it to the other, right?
Right.
All right. Winter of 07, we've got the Turkish fleet. That does make sense.
This has got a draw here, right?
Do we draw?
Yeah, it's got a draw.
Yeah, it has to. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Well, good job to Craig for putting himself in a position to stay alive through the game. You definitely got to give him some credit after that kind of boneheaded move earlier in the game, letting Austria, kind of take him out early. But you got to give credit for that, and certainly Morgante, Saren as well, but certainly Morgante being able to work an alliance through the entire game that constantly kept him in the driver's seat and able to top this board without a huge amount of trouble.
Yep, I'm very happy to see Turkey get a large score here, proving my original call at the start of the day correct. And I could give credit also to Eber, who I don't think we mentioned much during the broadcast, but he was able to survive on one server as well and pick up 28 points for doing so. So kudos to him for doing so.
One other thing I'd bring up, Dan Schmidt, the sort of first-time VDL player, a solid second on a killer board with 8 centers is Germany. A really tough power to play on a board like this where all the momentum goes towards the middle. Dan did an exceptional job of keeping the action out of his hair. I mean, he really never had the enemy units surrounding Germany. He was really able to control the flow and keep his units in the nomad's land in those border territories rather than having enemy units there, and was never really in threat from those. So really well done, Dan.
Agreed. Like normally, like under such a scenario, you'll see like, AT, like, you see armies rushing into Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia, Prussia, like, 1904 instantly, but he managed to keep that from happening. So that's major credit to his game.
Yeah, Legendary Tactics just put up a interview with world champion Doug Moore on playing Germany and keeping units away from the center of the board as Germany was one of the main takeaways that I had from that video. Definitely go watch it if you get a chance. It's a great one. And Dan, I wonder if you watched that video because you followed those instructions really well. Well played, EG. It was really nice to see the EG rather than yet another EF. I think that's healthy for our meta, and overall, great game, everyone. Congratulations to Morgante for 100 points and the board top, and Dan coming in second with 8-point Germany. So very, very fun game to watch. A lot of dynamic play. So with that, we are going to say farewell to Adam and Karthik, and we are going to add to our stream Mr. David Hood and Corey Nesland. How are you?
Good.
Oh, David, you are
Here,
on
David.
mute.
Yes, I am. Well,
Normally that's
finally,
me.
I
I
was
thought it was you this time, David.
no, it's totally me. Somebody's been trying to shut me up for years. It finally worked. We had some great VDL action already, and I'm looking forward to sharing with the audience some action from the Tour of Britain.
So talk to us, David. You and Corey have been keeping your eyes on the Tour of Britain this season. What is the format? How does this work? And kind of introduce the viewers to a new league.
Well, it's very exciting. It's the first event out, after the COVID period, the first event that's really being hosted outside of North America, which I think is outstanding. Cannot wait to see how this helps to really drive the growth of the hobby in Britain and in Europe. So the Tour of Britain started out a couple of years ago as a face-to-face event. It has now moved into the virtual space because of the pandemic and has moved into league play. So there's 4 weekends of games. There'll be 8 total rounds in the Tour of Britain. The first 2 were played last weekend, the first weekend of March.
Gary Sturley, welcome to League Night.
Sorry, got ahead of myself there.
That's all right. That's what you're getting ready to see is an interview with Gary Sturley, who actually is in charge of the Tour of Britain. So that's a little bit of a forecast for what you're going to hear in a minute. What I was going to say is there's 4 different weekends of Tour of Britain play. So there's another set of games coming up in June and then in September and then capping off in November with the crowning of the king or queen of Britain.
Well, let's go hear from the tournament organizer, Gary Sturley, right now, hear about it in his own words, and then we'll get some thoughts before we get our game coverage.
On Diplomacy Broadcast Network.
Thanks for having me, David. Great to be here.
Sure. You have finished rounds 1 and 2, or the first 2 days of gaming for the Tour of Britain. Tell us how it went.
It went well. Yes, it went well. I thought if I get 3 or 4 boards each day, I'll be very pleased, and that's exactly what I got. So that was good. The people were just absolutely lovely. I couldn't have asked for a better crowd. They made it really easy for me as TD to do my job. Nobody was disrespectful. Everyone was absolutely fantastic. People who were struggling were helped out by the old hands. Everyone knew where to be, when to be there. It was an absolute joy to be the tournament director. If I can get it like that every time, I'll be absolutely over the moon. It was great, and everyone was staying behind after the games and having a good talk and discussing everything in good humour. Despite some pretty egregious stabs, there was no sense of humour failure. Everyone was just on top form. It was great.
That's one of the great things about face-to-face play is when you stick around after the game or go out to eat or whatever, and you talk about the game, and you sort of establish and deepen your social connection to other people. So it's great that we're able to recreate some version of that in the virtual space. Well, it looked to me like you had a variety of people playing. In other words, it wasn't all Britons in the Tour of Britain. And it also looked to me like there was a pretty significant diversity of the game within the games in terms of alliance structures and even game finish results. So talk to us a little bit about that variety from the past weekend.
Yeah, well, actually, I was expecting it to be completely dominated by North Americans. I thought we might get a very small handful of Brits, but actually there were more Brits signed up than I expected, which is obviously great from the Tour of Britain perspective, but also for growing the hobby in the UK. So that was fantastic. And lots of names that I've not seen before or that I've only seen very tangentially, not really got to know. So that was fantastic as well. Plus some of the big hitters that we've all seen on DBN over the last wee while. So that was good. And yeah, a real range of games as well. Italy took an absolute hammering in certain games in one of the rounds. Didn't so much in the other round. Turkey vice versa. I saw very big differences in the different alliance structures and the types of play. And I think a lot of that is to do with the fact that there are players here who perhaps haven't been what you might call the usual suspects over some of the tournaments we've had recently, particularly since those tournaments have all been North American. So, maybe time zones have prevented certain people from attending or just not being aware of it. So having that increased diversity and some newer players, I suspect, has increased the way the play has gone. And I'm pretty sure that some of those North American metas that you might say, for example, bounces in certain places or opening moves to certain places haven't happened so much in the way that perhaps we've seen in other tournaments. So that's been interesting to see how that's changed as well.
Well, and I think it's exciting to have finally a virtual event that's not headquartered in North America, as you say, for all the reasons you said, different players, different play styles. I think that's just exciting for the world of diplomacy, if you ask me. Well, we just got a couple of moments remaining, but tell us a little bit more about the structure of the Tour of Britain, maybe briefly about the scoring system and when the next set of games takes place.
Okay, so it is an 8-game tournament split into 4 weekends. So we've just had the weekend for March. The next one is in June, I think the 12th and 13th of June. One in September, and then the 27th, 28th of November, when we will have the new King or Queen of England crowned. Best 4 scores count, and we're using the World Classic scoring system that was set up, I think, for Bill's event. I think it was am I right in saying it was a new scoring system for that?
Yes, even though it was called Classic, it was completely new. So
yes, exactly. It become classic. Yeah. So we're using that system, and I'm simply using that because I saw it work. I think a lot of stuff is spoken about scoring systems, but actually trying to influence people with scoring systems doesn't seem very effective. So I didn't overthink that. I just went with something I knew that worked. Like I say, best 4 scores count. So we've still got 6 games to play. We've got a few people up there on the leaderboard, but they've now got a big target on their back. And there is nothing at all to stop people joining. You don't have to have played this weekend. You don't have to be already registered. Join at any stage. If you just want to play the very last game and try and solo and top that leaderboard, you go for it. We're welcoming players at any point and obviously any ability and anywhere.
Well, Gary, I want to thank you for your work on setting this up and running this event, which, as I said, I think is pretty exciting for all of us. And we will be right there covering that those June games here on League Night of DBN.
Can't wait to see it. Thanks very much, David, and brilliant work you guys are doing. Keep up the good work. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Gary.
Bye-bye.
Now it's my turn to come off mute. All right. Fantastic interview as always, David. Gary's just such a charming person to talk to. Like, you just really feel like you want to open up and just could chat about diplomacy forever. So love that.
Hey, it's the people that keep us coming back to this hobby, and Gary's an example.
Absolutely. So we are going to start our primetime game coming up immediately following the Tour of Britain coverage. That's where we'll be covering one of our live VDL games. But right now, it is time for us to get into some highlights of the Tour of Britain. So let's go ahead and bring those up. Transition us over here. Oh, you know what? I was not ready. Brandon makes this look easy.
Then you keep going. I'm going to say a couple of things about the structure. First of all, it's the Tour of Britain. So in round one, all of the games are named after places in Wales. In round two, they're named after places in Northern Ireland. So I'm assuming that as we get into further rounds, we're going to get other place names from around the British Isles, which is kind of fun.
Yeah.
There were 29 total players between rounds 1 and 2, the first two rounds of the tournament. And there were 7 boards. So we're going to see 4 boards from round 1 and 3 boards from round 2.
All right. Well, now I think we're actually ready. Round 1. Nope. So close.
I mean, the guy on the right was worth seeing. The guy on the left, people have seen that guy way too much as it is. So, Corey,
it was a good interview. I'd watch it again. So sorry, Dave. What'd you say?
No, I was saying I should shut up and let you talk. Is actually what I was saying.
All right, round 1, game A, Anglesey. In Austria, we have George Mork from London. England, William Stein from New York. France, Andy Harris from Jersey Channel Islands. Great Britain, Germany, Laurie Heitnen from Helsinki, Finland. Italy, Saran Kwok from London. Russia, Maxime Popov from Ames, Iowa. Turkey, Morgante Pell, who has been quite active on our stream today. Let's go ahead and see how he fares overseas.
Well, let me start off by saying that the theme of this game is, and your little dog too, because this is going to be the game where we're going to see the Wicked Witches go wild. So in 01, you'll see the 3 build France coming up by the time you get to the fall. And you'll also see a very interesting move. The Russian fleet is piffed on purpose by the Turks at the end of Fall 01. You don't see that all the time, but it certainly shows a lot of RT trust. So as we go into 02 in this quick recap format, you'll see that Italy decides in 02 to go west. So I think somebody mentioned that during our predictions. And we've got some EF sort of fighting around the Germans in 02. It's a little unclear what's happening in the east. So let's go into 03 and see if that begins to clear up at all. The answer is, in the East, still not very clear what's happening. There's a lot of holding and fighting and supporting, mostly red arrows. In the West, though, you can see as 03 progresses, you've got some significant movement here. You know, the Germans having already gotten into Paris. Now, France is in trouble, even though they're trying to keep going in the attack against the Germans. We get into 04, we'll see that all that FG war really means is that England is beginning to really solidify its position as the Wicked Witch of the West. So by the time we get to the end of Fall 04, England's in pretty good shape. Well, look how many centers they have at Fall of 04. Can the East resolve in time to matter here, or is the Wicked Witch of the West already licking her chops? Let's get into 05 and see if anything's going to change here. We've still got England in pretty good shape. They're proceeding with French help to try to take out the rest of the Germans. A lot of action down south in the eastern. You'll see there the Turks trying to get out. There's a lot of conflict there around the Ionian. The French have actually leaked into the Mediterranean already. So it looks like there's a really strong EF, right? Let's go into 06 and see if this Western Leviathan EF alliance continues to dominate this game. Get into Fall 06. It sure looks like it, doesn't it? Wait a minute. What are the English guys doing? They're going to English Channel. They're going to Belgium. What the what? So apparently France has been snookered by the Wicked Witch of the West, which has happened many times before, and his little dog too. Let's go into 07 and see what that means. It means that England really does start to take control of the game. The French actually NMR here, probably out of, anger or desperation or just being mesmerized by the witch. I don't know. In the East, what's happening? Still lots of goofing and running around. There's certainly no resolution in the East. Can anybody deal with Bill Stein's Wicked Witch of the West? We'll see as we go into 08. Look how many centers England has as we go into 08. 12 centers. Look at the other Wicked Witch, Morgante, at 6 centers. Morgante's out of this, right? It's hard to imagine. Even Morgante could not possibly save this position. There's no way the Wicked Witch of the West does not rule everything. Let's go into 09. The English are actually, by the time we get into 09, the English are at 13 centers. Or actually, there will be in a minute. I guess that's foreshadowing. They're at 12. They're getting ready to go to 13. Turkey's beginning to make some moves. Here they are up at 7. They're certainly making some moves. They're going to take Tunis here with the Italians' help. They're moving into Germany. They're actually starting to move out a little bit in 09. So there's a race to the middle here. Each of the witches is on her broom, racing to the middle of the board. Which one's going to get there first? I mean, England certainly had a head start. So let's go into 1910. The difference between the two Wicked Witches is the Turkish Wicked Witch of the East has flying monkeys to help her. She has Janissaries. She's got Russians. She's got Austrians. She's got Italians. All those monkeys flying around to the west to fight England. And what does the Wicked Witch of the West have? No monkeys. She already killed all of her monkeys. So there's no help. So by the time we get into 1911, now you're beginning to see that those flying monkeys make a difference because they are really helping against the English. Once you get into 1912, go ahead and go into 1912. Now the Wicked Witch of the East sort of jettisons the flying monkeys, jettisons her Janissaries, takes over their centers, and we're going to see by the time you get to 1912 who is out on top now. Go to the winter. 13-12. Morgante has done it. He has outpaced the Wicked Witch of the West, Bill Stein, and taken over control of this board, and that is where it ends. Morgante Pell coming back as Turkey from a less than optimal position. I feel like we've seen this before.
Yeah, fantastic narration of this game, first off. But second, that was fascinating to watch. I don't remember what year I saw it, but I loved seeing a Turkish fleet in Marseille. That I'm not sure I have seen anytime recently. Good job, Morgante. I can't say I am surprised. I'm not as familiar with Bill Stein as you guys are, but looked like an exciting game.
Well, who knew that the Pell Pals were a bunch of flying monkeys? Congratulations, Morgante, 13 center board top. Really, really exciting start to the Tour of Britain. Let's move on. Round 1, Game B, Bala. And Austria, Evan Swihart. England, Jackson Roberts. France, Cyril Seven, who I believe is a world champion. Correct me if I'm wrong, David.
It's true.
Germany, we have Matt Lynch. Italy, Phil Johns. Russia, Conrad Woodring, featured recently in the DBNI along with Jackson Roberts. And in Turkey, we have Marvin Fried. Great mix of players. Let's see the results. Corey.
Yeah, so we start off with some fairly standard openings here. Standard moves through 01. The probably capstone moves here is that Turkey is in black by the end of 01, and France is going to be a 3 build with taking Belgium with German support. So pretty interesting. In spring of 02, we can clearly see that there is a tight FG alliance with France having built 2 fleets that head immediately in England's direction. and is backed up by a German fleet heading to Helgoland. Things are looking dire if we want to go back one to spring of 02. So things are looking dire for England, except wait, there is an Italian fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea. So it looks like negotiations may have failed, because now when we're in fall of 02, France does not believe that Italian fleet is entirely harmless, and they turn around and head back to the Med. So England is probably saying, thank God, I'm so glad I don't have this FG coming, but it is pretty much an about face here. So almost immediately heading into 03, we see France getting into Ruhr. Not sure if it's clicking forward. Sorry, France is in Ruhr, and England is heading back up towards Russia. Germany is kind of lost there, right? They've lost their main partner, and I'm sure that they're not happy about it. So essentially, one Italian fleet has kind of changed this entire game. France has turned, and England is happy about it. They proceed to essentially eat Germany through 06. And then as we're going through here in the East, while Turkey had been able to gain black in 01, they weren't really able to gain much leverage with that. Austria and Russia are not interested in letting them out of the box, and they concentrate most of their efforts on rooting him out. Just like Germany, Turkey is picked apart one unit at a time, and similarly, they are both out of the game by the end of 06. This game ultimately ends in a draw in 07. I think there was some play left. I'm not sure what negotiations were like. There was mostly, through the end of it, just some unsuccessful moves, a ton of support orders, and essentially no material gains once Germany and Turkey were out.
Really an interesting way to end the game. It's an example of you get to the mid-game and nobody does anything. Nobody decides they're going to make a move, which is fine. Sometimes that can be the right answer. There's just, you don't think there's a way that you don't have a position to make a move. You think it'll just benefit somebody on the other side of the board more. I just wanted to say one more thing about this game, which is it's really an AR alliance. The Italians are sort of a bit player in the alliance, and we don't see that many AR alliances, at least not recently. So I enjoyed watching that part of this game. The AR alliances was something I call the army machine, because that's essentially what the AR is. They don't really have a lot of fleet power, but they are an army machine.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So we're ending with 9-9, so a shared board top with England and France. But I think they had some play here. It would be interesting to know what was going on in the negotiations and why they decided to call it in 07 instead of going a bit further, like I think we're going to see with some of the other Tour of Britain games.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out, I believe the Tour of Britain games are forced to end by a year limit. David, was it 1912 or Corey? Do you know?
I think I heard it was 12, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's either 12 or the time frame. I can't remember if it was a time limit that where it just happens to be 1912 is the most likely year, or if it was an actual year limit. We'll clarify that for the next coverage night.
Okay, great. But this one ended obviously far before then. So the time factor was not a consideration. This was all based off of the diplomatic situation on the board.
Yep.
Well, congratulations to Jackson Roberts and Cyril Seven, two world-class players coming out on top. And let's move on to our next game. Round one, Game C, Cardiff in Austria. We have Katie Gray from the USA. England, Chris Woolgar from Chesterfield. France, we have Eskil Sandblom from Stockholm. Germany, Natty Schaefer from Salt Lake City. Italy, we have Chris Wardy from Chester, Great Britain. Russia, we have Dave Roberts from Snohomish, Washington. Dave was an alternate who did qualify for the DBNI, along with 34 ranked Ben Kelman from Philadelphia. Good mix of players on this board, and let's take a look at the moves.
All right, I think this is one of mine. The theme of the game on this one is Rhapsody in Blue. So let's go to 1901, Notice that by the time we get to the fall, both Russia and Turkey, who bounced in Black Sea, neither one goes there in Black Sea. Possible, RT rapprochement there that you kind of want. But I wanted to point out when we get to the fall of 01, a move that you don't see very often, the Italians go to Bohemia. Now, I did not call this game the Bohemian Rhapsody. So we'll see whether the Italian move to Bohemia was a great move or not, but just something we don't see very often. It's usually an attempt to go around the Austrians in concert with them to go after Warsaw. So we'll see if that eventually is what happens here. Let's go into 1902. Germany in 1902 is going to first go to the Helgoland Bight instead of going to the Baltic Sea, and then is going to, in the fall of 1902, take North Sea. Obviously, that's really bad. It doesn't look like the Rhapsody is going to be a Rhapsody in dark blue. So maybe that is a foreshadowing for which color blue is going to be the Rhapsody at the end of this game. Let's go into 1903. Look at the alliance structure we have in the East. It's an AstroTurk. You don't see the ATs very often. We've already seen a little bit of that action tonight in one of the other games, but we don't see it that often. I was saying at the very top of the show about how we're seeing to see a variety of alliance structures. I think this is really showing fruit here so far in our coverage. And they continue to try to improve their position through the end of 1903 to try to resolve the East as quickly as the FG is trying to resolve the West. So let's go into 1904. Has that FG, the Continental Alliance or the Charlemagne Alliance, sometimes we call it, has that alliance gotten to a faster start than the AstroTurk? That's really going to be the question in 1904. Notice that Italy and Russia are helping the Franco-Germans, the Charlemagne Alliance. So that might be an advantage FG if they can keep the remnants of the Italians and the Russians helping them against the AstroTurk. Let's go now into the end of fall of 1904 and go to the beginning of 05. Here we have the Italians and the Russians get turned around a little bit. By the time you get to the fall of 05, they're going to start moving again the other direction. So, I've said before, it's really important in these games sometimes to deal with those small fry in a good way. And I'm not saying Russia's a fry, but they're certainly not part of the original alliance structure. And they're starting to turn around the other way now to try to fight off the FG as we get into 1906. You'll see it a little bit more in 1906, where they try to stop the FG in their tracks. 1907. Let's get to 1907. The French, as you saw, had sort of moved away, had moved out. Now, why did they do that? Probably because they were worried about the Russians being in the North Atlantic. But by the time you get to 1907, the French have really established they're at 8, and, that's more than everybody else. Is this going to be the French Rhapsody in light blue? Let's find out in 1908. 1908, you've still got the Franco-German alliance still operating together. They're still trying to fight off the East. Notice that all 4 of the Eastern powers are still alive and still kicking, and they're all theoretically working together somewhat against the FG. Again, not something you see very often, minus the Italians, who now have decided, wait a minute, I'm being outmaneuvered here. Maybe I'll go backwards and try to deal with the Turks instead of worrying about the French anymore. So the Italians are sort of going back and forth. Let's go in to the pivotal year of 1909. Is it time for somebody to make their move? Yes, it is. The Swede playing the French decides that he is going to make a move to try to get to the top of this board. He stabs the Germans, moves in on them, and nets a lot, right? He nets one center. We'll see if that's enough. As we go into 1910, is that going to be enough for France to take the lead on this board? Russia, importantly, pivots south again, leaving the Germans alone. Maybe that's going to help the Germans fight off the French. The AT tries to capitalize on that. You can see in fall 1910, they try to get some position, try to get those Turkish fleets in position to do something important. By the time we get to the 1910, let's look at winter 1910. Wait a minute. That's the end, because they decided to quit with the French at 9 and the Austrians at 8. So Eskil is able to take the lead here and keep it with his move against the Germans. and the AT does not have time, or at least doesn't think they have time to do anything about it. The ATR, I guess you could call it. And so they just didn't worry about it. They quit the game there.
Interesting game. Like your other one, it's nice to see Turkey did get out. Maybe we're bucking against that trend of let's just go root out Turkey, at least for your games. Not sure that'll hold true for mine. But yeah, I mean, good play on Eskil. I think it's someone in the comments said that they did have a 1912 deadline. So your point about timing seems correct, given that this is spring of 11. So maybe there weren't really many gains that either of these players could make in reference to Katie and Ben without stabbing each other. Makes sense.
Yeah. I just like seeing people trying out new things that we're not seeing the same game over and over again. It's way more fun this way.
Yeah, so it looked like that Italian army went to Bohemia and then held. So I'm not sure if that's what it was, but it looked like a hold to me. Not sure if he'd changed his mind on what he was doing.
I think it was just a poor boy. Nobody loved him. The Bohemian Rhapsody.
Okay, time to go. We don't have all night. Eskil, congratulations on the board top, 168 points. Will set him up nicely for the league standings. Let's get to our next game. Round one, game D. Okay, this is a name. Wait
a minute. That's the feature. That's the game we're going to do the long coverage.
Feature game. All right. Yeah. So let's come back, get a little peek at that feature game, and we will move on to round two, game A.
I think it should be Belfast.
Belfast? Okay.
Or is it you again, David?
This one's me, and then you do the last two, I think.
Got it.
All right, round two, game A. We are going to do Antrim. Austria, we have William Stein from New York. England, Nicholas Camaratis from Brighton. France, we have Jackson Roberts from California. Germany, Chris Woolgar from Chesterfield. Italy, Riz Cumming from Lisbon. Russia, Phil Johns from the United Kingdom. And Turkey, we have Natty Schaefer from Salt Lake City. We will pull up our moves and get right to it.
Theme of this game, the Anglo-Saxons rule. Well, mostly the Saxons. So let's go to 1901. You have an early bounce in Burgundy. Again, not something you see every game, but it's an interesting thing to see in some games, and we've got it here. No Black Sea Fleet. Again, by the time we get to the fall of 1901, you've got the spring of 01 bounce. 1901 in the fall, you've got the Russians and the Turks figuring out a way for neither one to go there in the fall. Again, will that be a sign of RT cooperation to come? We'll see as we get into 1902. 1902 is going to see something that we don't see all that often, even though we all talk about it all the time when we're analyzing diplomacy games. Look at the fall 1902. You will see a real live convoy from Tunis to Syria, an actual Lepanto convoy. You know, we talk about Lepantos all the time. This is the actual Lepanto opening, and we see it in culmination in fall of 1902. The French, I'm going to do a Looney Tunes sound effect here. Whoop, 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 whoop. They went into the Mediterranean. Now they're moving back out when they realize, wait a minute, something goofy is happening to me over in my borders between the English and the Germans. I've got to go back, and they do. So let's go into 1903 and see how the French are able to defend and see what happens in the East. In the West, you've got, basically a battle. The Anglo-Germans, the Anglo-Saxons are getting into Picardy, and then they get into Paris. They're doing great against the French. In the East, you have Austria way ahead here. And how does the East respond to the fact that Austria is way ahead and there's an there's an EG fighting the French? By the time you get to the fall of 03, you'll see what happens to Bill Stein's wonderful 7 centers he had going into 03. Whoa, never mind. Doesn't have 7 anymore. So you will see another situation when we get to the feature board, what happens to Bill Stein in that game. In this game, he gets attacked by all 3 of his neighbors. And that's what the situation is at the end of 03. So let's go into 04. See how the Anglo-Saxon alliance is doing against the French. The answer, really well. They continue to make lots of progress. Notice no immediate conflict in the eastern, or no significant conflict that's going to be progressive against the Russians just yet. They've got a bounce in Livonia, and they're setting up position, but they're not quite there yet. The Italians and the Russians, of course, after having attacked the Austrians, decide they're going to cut the Turks out. So you've got a little bit of wintergreen action going here between the Italians and the Russians. Let's go into 1905. 1905, you've got quite a jumble in Turkey. By the time you get to the fall of 1905, you'll see what I mean. It's essentially a meeting of the United Nations taking place in Turkey in the fall of 1905, and nobody invited the Turks. Look at fall of 1905. Yeah, the Turk. There's nobody there. There's lots of people there, but there's no Turks there. That's really bad for Natty. But it's fun for us to see. So Natty, sorry about that. Let's go into 1906. How are we doing with that, Anglo-German alliance? Are they making progress? They certainly made some progress. This turn, they're not making as much. As you can see, there's actually a fair amount of holding and supporting here, while the East does something. Austria is actually snaking its centers back because it wasn't killed. They sort of left him alone, went and killed the Turks, tried to come back to him. And now he's actually been able to snake a few of his centers back from Italy. 1907. Is the Anglo-German alliance going to make progress against the East? They're certainly trying to kill off the remnants of the French, but otherwise they're not really progressing against the eastern side of the board. But you do see that there's still war going on the eastern side of the board. Between the Austrians and the Italians are still sort of jockeying for position, not caring about that Anglo-Saxon alliance. It's way on the other side of the board. They're no threat to us. Let's keep fighting in the East. Let's go to 1908 and see how that does. 1908, you really now start seeing the Anglo-Germans getting position against the East. By the time you get to the end of the fall, they will be in Bohemia. They'll be in Western Med. The AI war continues, and that's not all that helpful to fighting the invading Anglo-Saxons. I'm just telling you. But it continues because they just cannot come up with a way to stop jawing with each other. So let's go into 1909 and see if this progresses and continues. The answer is yes. The Anglo-Germans continue to progress. The Austrians and the Italians continue to jockey with each other and not care that there are people coming. There's somebody out there yelling, the Anglo-Saxons are coming, the Anglo-Saxons are coming, and nobody's listening. Except maybe the Russians are trying, they're thinking, but certainly not the A's and the I's. You can just keep going. It's a relentless 1909, 1910, 1911, relentless, unstoppable Anglo-German advance into the eastern side of the board, and there's really not much at this point that the Eastern powers can do about it. The pressure just continues to get applied, and Italy and Austria just continued to fight because that's what you do. When the Anglo-Saxons are knocking on your door, you just keep fighting. All right, so let's get to fall 1912. Look, it's supposed to be an agreed upon 12-12 ending. Surely that's why the English ordered all their units to Syria to show that they would no longer. Wait, what did the Germans took some more stuff? So that at the very end of the game, the Germans snaked another couple of centers. They go up to 14. Michaelis has 12, and the game ends there because of the time limit. So what was intended, and you'll hear some interview later that talks about the ending of this game, and you'll see that this really was a little bit of a Woogie, taking something that he wasn't entitled to. But a fun game to watch in terms of an alliance that sticks together and just pulverizes the other side of the board.
Yeah, good point. I think this is the first time in a long time where I've seen such a clear domination by an EG alliance, where it's just obvious that they're the ones who are going to roll the board. I guess I am a little bit surprised that there was no last minute stab, particularly considering that they were coming up on that deadline. I do like the simultaneous move to Syria, but I wonder if Michaelis, I'm so sorry if I'm saying his name wrong, I wonder if he was wishing now that maybe he made a play. I don't know if he could have picked up anything, though.
He could have taken Marseille.
Yeah.
They would have retreated to Spain if he'd done that. So there
Yeah.
really wasn't much.
Not a good option. Great play though.
Congratulations, Chris Woolgar. 14 centers, 218 points. I believe that's the highest score we've seen in the Tour of Britain to date.
So far.
So far, yep. Let's keep going and find out whether or not that was more foreshadowing. Round 2, Game B, Belfast in Austria. Risk coming from Lisbon, England. Eskil Sandblom from Stockholm, France. We have Jackson Roberts from Orange County. Germany, Marvin Fried from London. Italy, Tom de Grief from Netherlands. Russia, we have Hunter Ketcher from New Haven, Connecticut. Qualified for the DBNI. And Turkey, we have Katie Gray from the USA. Corey, take us away.
All right, so I've nicknamed this game the Just Kidding. Unlike in the game I covered previously, we have an immediate jump on France, with England opening into the channel and Germany picking up both Holland and Belgium in the fall. While it's very clear that an EG has formed by SO1, the East align structure doesn't become obvious until the next year. So if we skip forward to fall of 02, we'll see, surprise, it's a wintergreen alliance. And it shows its face as Italy supports Russia into Vienna. From this point, and we can kind of scroll right through, and through fall of 04, we see Italy and Russia pretty much efficiently carving up Austria's dots between them, ultimately eliminating Austria by Austria, while at the same time, the EG alliance finishes up France outside of leaving just a couple dots in the Iberian Peninsula. So when we're at the beginning of 05, Germany and Italy appear to have become the dominant members of their respective alliances, and they're both clearly thinking about where their next dots are going to come from. Unfortunately for Germany and England, they end up not being able to pick up too much more throughout the rest of the game and only shift dots between each other. But in fall of 06, if we want to skip forward, after about a year of positioning moves, Italy decides that they're ready for summer and stabs Russia. Just like in the inefficient stab we saw earlier, they only gain one dot. And if you're looking at the map, Germany has already established much of the stalemate line. Russia is able to, probably in negotiations, convince Italy that, you know what, infighting is not going to do anything for us and is only going to result in a German win. So Italy says, just kidding, and begs off their attack and moves forward to help establish the line. So the rest of the game is just, getting to the stalemate, and the players do choose to draw in 08.
It's really hard for Italy to get to this position this early in the game. Usually the Italians have to be patient and take their chances and take their opportunities as they come. Now, Tom definitely did that. He took the opportunities when they came. It's a little surprising he was able to do that in the game that ended at 07, but congratulations, Tom.
Yeah, he and Hunter really worked quite well together with the dots that they were going for, particularly with Austria. I think it was a great partner choice for him. I don't know how the game would have gone if it had been an IA or whatever, but I think it was a good pick. I was a little bit surprised that it ended in 08, but I think, who knows how long these games are going or whether people are exhausted. I saw in the chat that some folks were playing 2 games at the same time for some rounds, so that certainly could be a factor. But you're right about Tom's position, and I think he definitely could have gone further.
Here we are, 5 games into the Tour of Britain. We see essentially 5 completely different games. I don't want to hear anybody ever say again that we only have one prevailing meta to play this game. It's not true.
Yeah, it's completely not true. These are all different. And my last one will also be very different.
I love seeing the wintergreen. That has been one of my favorite alliance structures since I started playing online back in the mid 90s, and I absolutely this was most of the time when I've seen a wintergreen be effective, it is slower. So this was a very fast and effective execution. Well done, Hunter and Tom. And Tom, good job on making sure you got the upper hand and not Russia. So walking away with 188 points and a nice score. Moving on to our last game of highlights for the Tour of Britain. Round 2, Game C. Coleraine. Austria, we have Karl Ronenberg from Seattle or New York. England, Chris Wardy from Chester. France, Tommy Anderson from Massachusetts. Germany, Andy Harris from Jersey Channel. Italy, we have Evan Swihart from Cincinnati. Russia, Ben Kelman from Philadelphia. And Turkey, Ben Knight from London. Corey.
All right. So I'm calling this one the 11sies, and this has got some British stuff in here, so nobody at me if I get it wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right, so this one starts out actually pretty interesting. As with no challenge from Germany, England picks up Holland in fall of 01, which leaves Germany with only one build. England immediately says, thanks, bruv, by immediately supporting France into Ruhr and sending north to Helgoland and Norway to Skag. Blitzed by a strong EF alliance, Germany does their best to defend while Russia and Austria head over to, as I like to call it, assist. On trend with what we're seeing in the community, the East has certainly formed an AIR, and they just kind of roll right on through. Through 03, we see really efficient teamwork within that alliance as Italy is heading west, Austria is going towards Germany, and Russia uses their northern fleets to push England back. And while this is going on, all three are coordinating to root out Turkey. So by Turkey, this is definitely the theme for my games. In 04, the now expanding Italian and Russian threats cause England to pull back towards their home centers, and by fall of 05, Russia has cracked England, Italy is in an MAO, and Austrian armies are in both German and French territories. It's all downhill from here for the West, as this AR appears to be extremely strong. There are no stabs, and it's mostly a I'm going to keep you honest kind of bounces and supports, except until we get to fall of 07, where Russia decides that those Austrian dots are starting to look really good, and they support themselves into Gal and send an army to Armenia. Excuse me. Italy says, hey, I don't like that plan. We were working really well together, so they send their units to kind of hold Austria. And that seems to work. All of the three of them seem to patch it up, but as you can see, it's mostly like supports and holds, but it's definitely not as trusting as it was prior. And then fall of 08, we have some dot trading, which gives us, at the time of the draw in 09, an 11-11-11-1 score. So congrats to France for sticking out in Brest. I love the 11-11-11-1. It's hilarious.
11.
It's not the only one. It's not the only one of those we've seen lately. I think there was one either at Cascadia or in the early DBNI rounds. I can't remember, but certainly have seen some other 11-11-11 air triples.
Yeah, what I find interesting is, most of the time when you have an air, it doesn't stay successful, right? It doesn't stay tight throughout the end of the game. Certainly with time limited games, it could. If it was just going to continue in perpetuity, I'm sure somebody would stab someone else effectively at some point. Russia didn't really get anything out of their move, and I mean, clearly they decided, hey, it wasn't worth actually trying to fight Austria, and instead let's just take it where it's at. So I think that was great.
What you're saying is this alliance sometimes runs out of air, is actually what you're trying to say.
Yeah, but there was a little gasp there, a little French gasp, and nobody went and picked it up, which I think is interesting because they did, in fact, have time. And I'm sure it was just no, we've done it successfully up until this point. We're not going to do a 12-11-11. We're all going to share in it. And I think that's fair. If you look at their moves, they played very well. They really ate the rest of the board quite effectively.
Coming soon to Countdown, Tommy Little Gasp Anderson. We will move now to our feature game. We go to round
Tommy, don't
one.
at us. That's not my fault. If that sticks, that's not my fault.
Round one, game game D, Denbei. I'm curious, how anybody know how to say that?
I assume it's Denby,
Denby.
or it could be Denby, either one.
I'll say Denby, and I'll say
I'm sure our UK friends are throwing things at our screen saying, please learn how to pronounce our names. We'll try.
I also have the same problem with names from the US, so we're being equitable in mispronunciation. This takes us to our feature game for tonight, round one, game D. In Austria, we have Ben Knight from London. England, we have Tommy Little Gasp Anderson from Massachusetts. France, we have Tom de Grief from the Netherlands. Germany, Nicholas Camaratis from Brighton. Italy,
I can
JJ
fix
Raymond.
that one. It's Michalis Camaritis, or Camaritis, I think.
Michalis Camaritis. Thank you. And one thing I will say about the mispronunciations is I do want to get better, so please let me know. Michalis. JJ Raymond from Santa Monica. Russia, we have Matt Backler, who is a new player, I don't believe is number 8 in the DBNI. And in Turkey, we have Riz coming from Lisbon. So let's take a moment, look at this board. Anything stand out to you, Corey?
I've seen Tommy play a good England, so hopefully he can pull that off here as well. He's got some good players, though, around him, so we'll have to see.
Awesome. David?
Well, as North American-based commentators, we've seen a lot of these North American players before. I just want to mention Tom and McCallis. We've already seen some games tonight and we'd seen games before tonight from Tom, in which we know these are two really good players. We'll see how that goes in this game.
Our producer, Kevin O'Kelly, is hard at work and has informed me that the name is Denby. So good to know that. And let's get to our game. David, why don't you take the lead? And Corey, you can be on color.
All right. Well, as you can see in 1901, we've got the French jumping into the channel. We've got the and also going to Picardy. So you can tell that he's really making a play for the North. The only other interesting thing I'd say, the Italians are going to Trieste. We know in today's world that might very well be with Austrian acquiescence. And you got the two armies moving north from the Turks. So we'll see how that goes into the fall of 1901.
Yeah, poor Tommy, jumping right into the English.
I just heard a little gasp from Massachusetts.
All right, fall of 01.
All right. Well, Tommy's doing what he can, which is to try to, cover Wales and cover London. Unfortunately, that means the North Sea, because Tommy didn't defend the North Sea and took Norway instead, the Germans are in the North Sea. So that's exactly what the sea line opening is intended to accomplish, and it absolutely accomplished it. In the East, I would point out, and Corey may have some other insights, but I would point out the Italians going from Ionian to the Aegean, which is often what happens when you've got that, can you loan me Trieste? Yes, if you'll move your fleet to the Aegean, said the Austrians in response.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting moves here. The Italian army is finding nothing better to do than to try and go for a swim, which is largely unsuccessful, and a kind of daisy chain there from Turkey, which I'm a little bit surprised by. I wonder if for some reason they believed that Austria was willing to give them Serbia, which I don't know why they would. And Russia makes a good game with picking up Romania. So things are so far looking good for them, given that Sweden was not contested and they're picking up 2 builds.
Yeah. Sometimes the Turks in this situation ordered to Serbia thinking that this is a key opening where the Italian's going to end up in Serbia. So sometimes that's what the Turks are doing there, is trying to prevent the key opening. But in this case, that's not what was happening anyway.
Yeah. Seems interesting though. It seems interesting though.
Yeah, that is a textbook way to stop the key Lepanto if that's what's being played. But the true key Lepanto is rarely seen. Most of the time, people just use the key opening and hang out in Trieste, like we're kind of seeing here. The other thing, Chris Kelly in the comments pointed out, this is a textbook Sea Lion, and just really, really well executed.
Yep.
Winter of 1901, we see England building fleet in Eddie, France building fleet Brest, Army Paris, fleet Kiel, Army Berlin for Germany, Army Moscow, Army Warsaw for Russia, Army Vienna for Austria. We've got fleet Naples for Italy and fleet Smyrna for Greece in Turkey. Anything stand out to either of you with these adjustments?
No, they all seem pretty standard to me.
Yeah, I second that.
Spring of 02.
Spring of 02 sees the Turks get into the Black Sea. Does not really see, doesn't look like an AIR, does it? The Russians are not really setting up. They're not doing anything. They're not going to the Black Sea. They're not trying to slip into Armenia. They're not doing any of the things that makes you think they're throwing in with the AI. In the West, I mean, you just continue to see progress against Tommy. Is that a successful, move into London, for example? Mm-hmm. I think it is.
It is.
Yeah,
so, that just in fact, you'll see what happens in the fall here, but it gets worse.
Yeah, that's it, right? I mean, they've already got an army in London, and France is one waiting in Brest.
I hear an even smaller gasp from Massachusetts right now.
Oh, poor Tommy. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to accidentally give you that. And then Brian picked that up and ran with it. Yeah. I mean, it looks like you're right. It wasn't an AIR because Romania is in Budapest with Galicia supporting. It certainly doesn't look like that was an agreed upon move given the retreat from Budapest. I don't know why it would be agreed.
Yeah, and you can see the French convoy in the fall of 1902, convoy to to Liverpool. It's just, even though the German guy got killed, it doesn't matter. England's just toast, complete toast.
Yeah, he's definitely done.
So really, as Chris said, a textbook Sea Lion, really quick resolution of that fight. That's bound to matter in this game, to have such a quick resolution of the destruction of England.
Yeah, that's got to be terrifying to the East. David, if you are one of the Eastern powers, like, how are you responding? Are you let's finish off Turkey as fast as we can and try and keep up, or do we need to change tactics at this point?
Well, if you're AI, you certainly think that way. The Russians have thrown in with the Turks. You can tell that. So I certainly don't think they're believing that that's the way to respond. I mean, one way to respond to this kind of FG is diplomatically. You try to convince one of them to go after the other, and you try to help them. If you're the Russians, you say, "Hey, Germany, let's go in with the French." Or if you say to the French, "Hey, French, let's go attack the Germans now that England's gone." The thing about the Super Bowl, you've just won the Super Bowl in England. What do you do now, France? I'm going to Disney World in Germany. And you try to convince them to go there with Russian help.
Let's find out if we're going to Disney World. In winter of 1902, we say farewell to two English fleets. We get an army and a fleet from France. We get an army from Germany. Fleet St. Pete North Coast from Russia. Pretty strong statement there. Army Warsaw. We get an army in Vienna from Austria. A disband of the army in Albania from Italy, and Turkey stays even. Corey, anything stand out to you with these adjustments?
I mean, certainly the fleet build in St. Pete, right? Matt's telegraphing a clear intention there, right? So I don't know who he's picked necessarily to be his victim. I mean, I would guess it's Germany, but he's coming for him. So maybe France is in with this, and maybe they're not. We'll have to see.
David?
I think that the German build is important. I mean, if I'm looking at that right, they built in Kiel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Built an army in Kiel.
Army in Kiel, as opposed to a fleet, which would be obviously a way more anti-Russian move, although you could still use that against the French, but it would be much more concerning to the Russians for there to be a fleet build in Kiel, or heaven forbid in Berlin.
You think there's anything perhaps France might need to worry about from this position?
If I were France, I'd worry about it some, but I would have been more concerned as Germany. You know, FG alliances are fun. I do them all the time. I love FG alliances. You really got to make sure, if you're the Germans, that you get the jump on the Russians, or you get the jump on the French with Russian help. So he's the one that's probably feeling nervous right now, not the French.
Spring of 03.
Yeah. So Russia's clearly going to go for Germany, which I think makes sense. France is moving into the Med. I mean, Italy had no builds, right? So they're just kind of open for the taking, particularly if they want to stay invested in fighting and trying to take Austrian dots instead of turning around to deal with the French. So I think Germany is certainly in trouble, certainly in trouble at this point. And I'm not sure how much help he's going to be able to get from anyone else on the board, right? Austria has its own problems with Russia and potentially Turkey coming in to take whatever he's got left.
Yeah, it certainly looks like the juggernaut in the RT alliance in the East is continuing to try to roll against the Austrians and what's left of the Italians.
Yeah. Probably to France's advantage, frankly.
Yeah. Yeah, France is in good shape here as we get into the fall of 1903. And the English, of course, are being destroyed, finally destroyed. So far the Russians haven't made a lot of progress, but they've at least slowed the Germans down, which I think was probably part of what he was up to there. He probably diplomatically tried to unhinge the alliance, didn't work. The French didn't attack the Germans, for example. The Germans didn't attack the French. So now he's just trying to slow them down enough to hopefully he can make enough progress against his Austrian target.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, it looks like he's trading dots there with Austria. So it looks like Trieste is taking Budapest and Russia is taking Serbia. But I mean, frankly, this actually kind of might be better for him, right? Especially if he wants to take Bulgaria or help Turkey get out of the box by assisting Bulgaria out.
I mean, Turkey is in the Ionian. That's one definition of being out of the box, but they certainly don't have any centers. They just don't have any centers yet.
He needs a build. I mean, if Russia really wants a legitimate partner in the South, then Turkey needs to be the one that's taking Bulgaria and Greece, like in short order.
Yep.
Winter of 03, we bid farewell to Tommy Anderson. We see Germany up 2, but is only able to build 1 because his centers are covered. We've got a fleet build from JJ in Italy, and we bid farewell to the fleet in Greece. Makes a lot of sense because that would have been difficult to hold on to anyway. Spring of 1904.
Well, you see actually a lot of red arrows in the east, which we've sort of been seeing, except for the fact that the Turks take Bulgaria, and the Italians are actually moving their fleets west, maybe trying to become the tip of the spear, so to speak, against the FG, hoping that that's a play for survival. In the West, Corey can come in here too, but it looks to me like the West, they're just trying to get position now against their Italian and Russian targets, as opposed to turning on each other as far as the FG goes.
And Berlin is in Prussia now, which is great because I think Bohemia and Munich have been able to keep Russia out from gaining really any further ground there, just because there's not enough units to force it. But now they're going to be able to get into Silesia and actually threaten Matt's progress, which I'm sure France and Germany are quite happy about. Yeah.
Who gets Tunis?
You mean long term or right now?
Right now. Who do we feel like in at the end of this year? Who's going to be in Tunis?
Well, it all depends on what the Turks want to do. Are they really there to help, or are they there to get bigger? I mean, we'll see. Because I could see them kicking the Italians out of Greece, for example, and just taking all that stuff themselves, or going after Naples and letting the French go there.
I kind of second that. Frankly, if I was in Reiss's position,
Reese.
I apologize. If I was in Reiss's position at this point, I would be desperate for builds. I mean, if he's really partnering with Matt, then he's way behind, like super duper far behind. And 2 dots, I think, would be, I don't know, too juicy to pass up at this particular moment, right? I think Ionian supports a move into Greece. Oh, I was wrong.
Supports playing the long game. But they did try to support themselves into Greece. And looks like that Juggernaut may not be long for this world.
Well,
David,
the Russians certainly got outmaneuvered here. You can see that. The move to Livonia was really, he was trying to cleverly prevent the flank. And what he did was leave Warsaw open, and he lost Silesia to the Austrians. The Russians, just a real setback this turn, I think. Lost Serbia, even though they took Bulgaria. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I was going to say, it looks like Turkey pulled their army instead of retreating it to Khan, which is interesting, right? Because it could have retreated to Khan, and it's off the board now.
Yeah.
It is brutal for the Russians.
I mean, he went to the Black Sea because he was going to, try to accomplish something, and now he's just really on defense.
Germany's starting to look quite a bit better, though, right? Eddie is now in Norwegian, supported by North. He's putting fleets up there to really challenge Russia, and like you were talking about with Warsaw walking out, I mean, he has Warsaw, but I don't think he can't hold it. Oh, it's fall.
It's fall.
Wow, that sucks. Sorry, Matt.
Oof. Well, Michalis goes up 2, and we've got JJ building 1, and Turkey building 1, and Russia going down 1, but also losing a ton of position. We've got Fleet Berlin. That will definitely cut open the Russian defenses. We got Fleet Rome and our Fleet Constantinople. Russia disbands in Romania. Spring of 05. Corey, why don't you take us off?
My first question would kind of be, at this point in this particular position, David, who are you picking? Who do you like here? Because I feel like there's quite a few powers that have an opportunity to be the top board.
Well, you can't ask me because I already know how this game turns out.
Oh, no.
I'll play with you, Corey.
Thank you.
I feel like Germany is a monster position for Germany. Russia is completely vulnerable, and the only one who can take those dots is Russia. They're sitting on an extra dot. I mean, he could give, he's losing Eddie here, but he could give that up to France with no change in his momentum, keep France on side. France can't do anything against him. Nobody can do anything against him. This is great for Germany.
Well, if you hadn't picked Germany, I would have, but since you did, I'll probably pick France, because I don't see how Matt comes back from this. But maybe Tom can get some kind of position as the game continues. We're only in 05. They have a lot of game years they could theoretically play out.
No comment. Which is
fall of 1905, David.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Russians took Warsaw back. It's fall of 1905. The Russians took Warsaw back. We've seen this already tonight. How do you respond to a quick-moving Western alliance? Do you try to patch things up and go to the line, or do you keep squabbling amongst yourselves? And to some degree, we've seen squabbling up until now, in which case we've seen a little bit of, all right, fine, let's go deal with the stalemate line. You see the Austrians moving up where they moved up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dave, the answer to that question is, how upset are you with your neighbor?
True. But you got to learn to control your emotions.
Well, Reese
Somewhat.
certainly seems to be able to do that because, I mean, he's not taken pretty much the only dot. Well, no, he has two. He could walk into Naples, but that one, I mean, obviously would super alienate Italy, but he could have picked up Greece and maybe had some support to help him break that lock that Russia has from allowing him to expand into the actual land rather than water. But it's a good move on his part. I mean, I wonder though if it's the right move. I don't know that Italy can really stand against the pressure of France. I mean, Marseille is in Piedmont and with German support, which means that Venice is probably going to go unless there's somebody coming to assist with that. I know that Serbia is in Trieste, but it's cuttable.
I think a strategic decision here is, if you are the Turks, do I care that the FG is coming or not? A lot of times that strong FG comes, Turkey benefits.
Mm-hmm.
So do I care? I mean, right now he's acting like he does care and he's going to cooperate with the defense of the East. But what I'm saying is that really a long-term strategic good decision or not? We'll find out in this game.
Yeah.
Winter of 05, France builds one with a fleet in Brest. And spring of 06.
So Tyrolia made it into Venice with French support. Yeah. But it looks like Austria is is coming up to the line. Trieste is now in Tyrolia. A little bit too late from the Italians' perspective, I'm sure. For me, if I was Turkey, now I would take Greece, I think. I think I'm with you that I don't care necessarily at this point, because if Turkey believes that they can't board top, then why not at least maximize the score that they can get? And what's the point of sitting on 3?
Notice that the Germans actually relocated their Livonia army back to Berlin for defensive purposes, losing their offensive position against the Russians. I mean, one thing we haven't mentioned is the Russians have 2 northern fleets still alive and kicking. And that is really slowing down German progress in a way that I'm sure McAuliffe was worried about in 1906.
Yeah, Skag just walked right into Denmark completely without any kind of resistance from Germany. I mean, yeah. Sorry,
it's
go
not
ahead.
as if the Germans don't have more units to deal with. Those Russian fleets are really pesky.
Mm-hmm.
2 units can tie down more than 2 German units just to deal with them.
Yeah, I mean, but look at what this means, though, for Germany. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 units maybe are needed to pin that down. That's a fleet, not an army, right? So you can't just leave Helgoland and Baltic open, because then Russia can just retreat into that. That's a lot of units to control, one Russian fleet.
Yep.
Fall of 06.
The French, though, are making some progress in the Med, even though the Germans are sort of scrambling to try to deal with this, Russian raiders behind their lines and stuff. The French are making significant progress in the Mediterranean.
And again, I really feel like I'm asking Turkey, you can see what's happening here. Take your dots while you can, because now at this point it's starting to really feel like, to me, that he's wasting his ability, his time to really get out and get anything more than the 3 that he currently has. He has no armies, so Smyrna can't come around and annoy the fleet in black with an attack on Sev. He needs a third. He needs another build, a 4th build. Sorry, not a 3rd build.
He's running out of time.
Yeah.
That's certainly a concern, I think. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Winter of 1906, we see an army build in Kiel. And spring of 07, David.
Oh, look, the Turks have gone to the Black Sea. Oh, look, the Turks have gone to Greece.
Yay!
So he's been quiescent up to now, but he is quiescent no longer.
Yeah, and Eddie is in Denmark, convoyed by North. I like that. I don't want it to be Russian, so sure, France, you go ahead and have it. It's not like Germany can't take it back at any point that he wants.
I think we've seen this in another game tonight, but that Charlemagne alliance is now in spring of 1987. They are in Tunis. They're in Piedmont, even though the earlier French army's gotten killed. They're still in good position here. The black arrows continue into Silesia, Finland. They're starting to really get position here.
Yeah, they're not in St. Pete yet, but I think it's just a matter of time. They've got the right unit mix to force it.
Yeah, they do.
Fall of 07, Corey.
All right, so Greece didn't like that, but now finally Turkey has the ability to force their way out. So it's fine that they don't get Greece. They're going to pick up Bulgaria. Russia is now having to defend against Turkey, which is certainly going to open up space for Germany. But it's interesting. I mean, Germany clearly either didn't know about it or chose not to take St. Pete this year, which they would have gotten. If Norway had supported Finland, they would have taken St. Pete this year. It looks
look at McCallus's comment. I'm sorry. I thought you were done, Corey. I was just going to say, look at McCallus's comment in the notes. I mean, in the chat.
And only one veto. Turkish.
Yep.
Turkish. Yeah. Yep. I just now read his comment. I didn't cheat. I knew it was Turkish. He's not the only one, but he has material gains he could theoretically make if he gets the right builds and Italy doesn't harass him too hard while he tries to get out.
The fact that this game could have ended in fall of 1907 and the Turks prevented it is something you will really remember at the end of this game.
Oh, foreshadowing. Okay. All right. I like it.
All right. I want to find out more.
France. Wow.
Yeah, +3. Well done, Tom. He builds Army Marseille, Army Paris, Fleet Brest. We've got JJ disbanding the army in Venice. Reese builds Fleet Smyrna, and Matt disbands the fleet in Baltic. What do you make of the French builds, David?
Another fleet in the Med, another fleet like building in Marseille doesn't really do you any good. So unless you're going to wave, I think this makes as much sense as anything. The fleet in Brest can still go south just as quickly, can go to the Mao and then around. Or it could deal with any perfidy from any others, or cause some perfidy if he wanted to in attacking the Germans. So I think it's a really good set of builds.
Tom is at 10. I mean, maybe he stabs now. He's in Munich. Maybe he stabs, takes London, takes Belgium. Yeah, why not?
Well, let's find out. Corey, why don't you talk to us about spring of 08?
So I like that Brest went to English. I'm assuming that's arranged after he built the fleet, but Spain went to MAO, so I don't know. I think he was thinking, I'm going to stab Germany, and Germany is obviously aware of it. Reese is out in Aegean and Eastern Med, which is great. He's definitely going to take Greece. Oh, but Russia's coming down to Romania. Interesting moves. And Ionian is Italian again. All right. I didn't see it before. So Michaelis has taken Denmark back. Good for him. Yeah.
He also goes to Munich.
He does.
Yeah, but all of these things could be arranged. Maybe there is no perfidy alert yet.
Maybe, but I'm pretty sure that France was interested in German dots, and that's where they're going. And yeah,
wait, no, I think Spain went to the Mid-Atlantic on a tourist visa.
No way. No. No. Tom's ready to ready to get his builds from German dots. Get it. Yeah.
Deal on cruises right now. All right. Fall of 1908. David.
I think he's going to the Irish Sea, continuing on his tourist visa. I don't see what you guys are talking about. Look, he held in Bergen and didn't didn't even try to take Munich back. This was clearly some kind of deal, right? And the Germans going to Norwegian is another, I'm just seeing what's up there kind of thing. I don't think there's any possible perfidy in the FG alliance. In the East, though, the fact that the Turks have 4 fleets is interesting. They didn't build any armies. And I think, and again, you guys know I've seen this game. The fact that they have 4 fleets matters in this game because they just don't. It's clear to me that at some point earlier on, when we were asking the question, what does he care about the FG getting big? He doesn't care a bit. His goal is to grow, and he's going to try to grow.
Yeah, I mean, this is could be the return of the juggernaut, right? Like that alliance, because now it's like, hey, I am a viable person again. I didn't build an army, so you don't have to be worried about me convoying over an army. Like, let's do this. Let's get this bread, as the kids say, and just go for it. I do wish that this had happened earlier. I do wish it had happened earlier. I think there could have been better gains, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know when this game calls it, but we'll see. I hope they go to 12. I want this game to go to 12.
Well, let's find out. We'll push ahead a little bit here. We've got 2 for Germany again, only building 1. We've got a -1 for France, and Turkey builds another fleet. Spring of 1909. David, talk us through it.
French hold, French hold, French hold in the West. German not held, not held, not held, not held in the West. There is clearly now an FG fight. There was, I would call it funny business last turn. It is an actual fight now. That's changing the complexion of the game.
I don't think it was funny business. I think it was just ineffective. I think it was just the way they did it wasn't right. But the intention was clear.
Well, somebody did it right now, which was McCallus.
They did, yes.
He's gotten position. He can force the Burgundy. We'll see what happens in the fall here. East really doesn't change what's going on. You can see in the East that it's really just the Russians trying to move in on Vienna. But look, the Turks try to take Romania. I don't know about it, no juggernaut. I think Turkey's in favor of the Turks and has really nothing else going on.
France is fine with that. They supported Ionian into Naples, so Turkey is once again going to have another build from an Italian dot, but this time with France's help, which makes sense, right? Maybe it's time for France to disengage in the Med so that they can deal with, the German threat that's obviously now coming for them.
Yeah. I think the only thing wrong with the last sentence is the word maybe. Yes, he needs to disengage.
It's a good diplomatic win for Reese getting Tom's support into Naples. I could see Tom being more willing to support Naples to hold to slow Reese from coming through. So I wonder if they've got some kind of deal cut out there. Yeah. Winter of 1909, we finally get both builds from the German. Fleet Kiel, Army Munich, Army in Marseille, Army in Smyrna. JJ disbands in Naples. Spring of 1910. Corey, I'll let you lead this one off.
All right. Well, you're right. Turkey is for Turkey, and so they're heading towards Russia to pick up what they can. Makes sense. Russia can't really stop them with their position. I like that he finally built an army because I had before never seen an all-fleet Turkey that was that big. Germany is in English Channel, but France gets to retreat into London. They will be able to hold that given the fact that they have a fleet in Wales, which is good for them. See, what else am I missing? Oh, Russia lost a unit, was piffed, but they did pick up Trieste before France was able to. So, but at the cost of Vienna. No.
Yeah, again, I point out the Russians had lost one of them earlier. They still have a northern fleet that is still a fly in the German ointment that they got to deal with that Russian fleet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Fall of 1910. David.
Except for the fact that the Russian fleet beaches itself in Livonia, doesn't go for Sweden, just beaches itself in Livonia, runs away from Warsaw, letting the Germans take it. I mean, this is not the turn to be the Russians. This is the turn to have been the Germans. And you can see that The Germans actually go to Paris because Paris leaves.
Mhm.
I mean, the French moves are sort of all backwards, but I'm not sure what you're doing leaving Paris in that situation, unless you're trying to make some kind of deal with the Germans. And the Germans would be fine to take your dots, but they're not going to follow through with whatever deal you just made. Because look at this position in the winter. After you move to winter, you'll see how this does for the Germans.
Wow.
Bam.
Reese, wow. Very impressed. Way to go, Turkey. I love it.
Yeah, Turkey could not care less that Germany's doing all that stuff. He's just going to grow. He's going to grow himself. There's nothing he can do about it anyway from way over there. So he's just going to grow himself and not worry about the fact that the people he's attacking may be necessary to stop the Germans.
Yeah.
What a turn for Germany, for McAllis, going up +3 from 10 to 13. Just made a fantastic play in going into Vienna, Warsaw, Paris, made all the right guesses. Tremendous play.
And look, he actually has a place to build all three of his units. How do you do that? I didn't think McAuliffe knew how to do that.
Wow.
Builds Fleet Kiel, Army Berlin, Army Munich. We've got Army Brest, 2 builds from Russia or from Turkey. Spring of 1911. Corey, why don't you lead us off here?
Well, let's see. A lot of red arrows. Can't ignore that. Lots of bounces. France did take Paris back, which is great, with a PIFT unit. So that's one fewer army they have to deal with this year. Fantastic. Germany tries to make some moves, does pick up Moscow, but mostly just bounces. And Turkey is continuing to steamroll. They pick up Tunis. Looks like just Tunis this turn, but they are trying to get into some position. I find it extremely interesting that they chose to build a fleet. I'm not sure who's telling him to continue to build fleets. I think a double army build would have been better, just because he's really trapped from those Russian units. But yeah, and he didn't have a successful convoy over, which means he still only has that one army up there.
Yep. Look who's in Trieste with Russian help.
Why not, right? At this point, and my guess is that from Matt's perspective, Germany's not his main target. He's not, super PO'd at Germany. It wasn't really Germany's fault, and Matt started it, I believe. I think I remember Matt starting it. And I can see Matt being more interested in preventing Turkish wins of his dots than German ones.
Yeah, Nicholas has identified Matt's alternate win condition, and that appears to be punishing Turkey. So, fall of 1911, David.
Well, you can see that not everything goes well for the Germans necessarily this turn in its fight against France, but they do keep Trieste, they do keep Moscow, they continue to get growth in the east that makes up for the fact that not all of their moves are working in the west. I mean, they're making fine progress, but it's there's only so much you can do. When they did their stab last turn, and McCullough says in the notes this was the first actual stab of all that funny business. He was saying that was the first actual stab. Or whatever. I mean, it was stuff that he couldn't hold, like Paris. But it doesn't matter if he's losing some ground to France because he's making it up in the east.
And
winner of
Reese walked out of Tunis.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Winner of 1911, we've got +2 for Nicholas going up to 14. So plus, I guess, net 1, build 2. We've got a build from Tom to Grief in France, and Matt is the new Austria, looks like. -1. Spring of 1912. This game looks like it will go to time.
Yeah, the question is, does he have time to get to 18? That's the question. The stalemate line's blown in the east for sure. So the question is, what kind of progress can he make? And you can see he's making some because the Russians are putting him in Serbia, for example.
Yeah, they are. And this kind of circles back to what I was talking about earlier. Reese, by choosing to kind of really super focus on fleets past probably where he needed to, he now has no armies to be in those inland dots to protect him. So Bulgaria is vulnerable. Greece may not be vulnerable just because he's in Adriatic and Albania at this point, but you're not going to be able to prevent. He wasn't going to be able to prevent, for example, Germany coming into Serbia. Yeah, and he's
Look-
probably
Look who slipped into Liverpool in the spring. Could have been blocked.
I mean, it could have been blocked, but I'm not surprised at this point. Like, if Germany is looking at the solo, and he should be, and that dot's just sitting there. So if he has the opportunity to take it now. You have no time. You got to take it now.
He's
And
in
for all I
Galicia.
know- Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Corey. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, for all I know, France is, maybe not okay with it, but is a little bit understanding in that conversation of given where things are and where they are at timing wise.
Corey, McAllis is across the line. He's got it. He's sitting at 14. We've got 1 year left, and it looks like he may have Russian help. Does he make the solo?
Oh, I'm so much slower at this than you guys are. 1, 2.
I think
I'm
A
gonna say,
question is
yeah.
where.
I'm going to give faith to Germany. Yeah, I think you can do it. I don't have the complete picture yet because I can't read the board that fast, but it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. With Russian help, yeah. I think he can do it.
I think he's going to come up just short. If this was not a time game, I think it would be a given. But who's to say players would not make other choices if that were not the case?
Yes.
But let's find out. Fall of 1912. Does he do it?
He- 17.
Oh,
17. So close. So close. Wow. McAllis, one heck of a game. David, why don't you try and sum this up for us?
Well, I do want to point out that everybody's gone from this game except for 3 players at the end of this game, 1912. All the little guys are just toast in the last turn. And that's and maybe Russia didn't care. Maybe Matt didn't care. He was trying to punish everyone else by getting McAllis to win. McAllis just couldn't quite do it. Didn't take London. Couldn't quite, wasn't able to. Just couldn't quite get that 18th center. It's really it's a fascinating game. Anytime you've got Germany, dominating in the Balkans, you've had an interesting game. Now, does this game look like this without a time limit? Probably not. I do think that probably had something to do with it, but really a fascinating game, turning on your ally at the right time. So a sense of timing from McAllis is what was really impressive here, I think.
Mm-hmm. There's some comments about whether or not London can be forced. It can, right? With Wales as the mover. London could have been forced, right? Because you have the fleet in Belgium and the fleet in North. So he could have hit 18.
I think it's a guess. But,
well, we can all have fun looking at this later, but the truth is, in this format, you've got a situation where you're moving really quick, and I don't want to take anything away from McAllis getting 17 centers. I mean, we can worry about the stalemate line analysis or the 18 analysis later.
Yeah.
But I just think, way to go, McAllis. And man, Tom, he played well, but he just got outmaneuvered.
Frankly, too, I mean, McAllis and Reese both at the midpoint of this game looked like they, were not going to be bouncing back because Russia was breathing down Germany's neck and Turkey was trapped. And now Turkey definitely got out and McAllis got to 17.
Well, speaking of McAllis, we do have an interview that Mr. Hood took earlier. So we're going to go ahead and bring that up. And I will just warn the viewers, we did have to cut this down for time.
So I tried to do my best to keep the spirit of what he was saying, but we may see if we can post the longer version at some point. But right now, let's hear from not just the game winner, but as we'll see later, the tournament leader at the end of this event.
Well, hey, McCallus, welcome to League Night on DBN.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, where you are, what you do, and how you got into the game.
Right, I'm Michaelis. I'm from Brighton in Great Britain, although Greek heritage, name might give away. I got into diplomacy about 11 years ago, I believe. I joined web diplomacy online, and I played that for I think it was about 8 years. I moderated the site for a while, administrated it, and then took a break a few years ago. And then obviously the world went a little bit crazy last year, and I sort of went back to WebDip for a bit and played about on some of their forum games. And then Tanya, who I've known for a few years, convinced me to sign up for the VWDC in December, and I really enjoyed the experience, and I've sort of played a lot of tournaments since then, or whenever I could.
Well, to be fair, Tanya has convinced a lot of people to do a lot of things in the last several
that's
years.
true.
So you would just be one of many. So, Michaelis Kamaritis, you are the leader of the Tour of Britain after the first 2 rounds. In general, how does that make you feel?
Yeah, I mean, brilliant. It's a lot more than I expected. Yeah, can't really complain.
No, I can't. I don't think you can, particularly about your first game. Could you tell us a little bit about how the first game went? Because the viewers tonight will be watching some recap of that game.
Yeah, that game was very interesting. Yeah, it's one of the most fun games of diplomacy I've played in quite a few years, actually.
Well, I've said it many times. In the end game, how you deal with players who are not going to win, and what are their motivations, and taking advantage of their motivations is the key. And you were apparently able to do that. Well, that's awesome. It's too bad you didn't have time to get to 18. Let's talk about your second game. I'm sure that was just as awesome, right, McCallus?
Do we have to talk about that one?
Yes, we do. After this, that's what Paul Harvey used to call the rest of the story.
Yeah, so me and Germany had stuck together the whole way through. Italy at some point had vetoed a draw because we'd initially proposed a 3-way draw with Italy. And that was about after Italy had made his brutal stab on Austria. But Italy turned it down, formed an AIR. The whole game had gone very stale. And me and Germany didn't stab each other. We stuck together, and the AIR fell apart. So we then got towards the end of the game where Austria and Russia were more interested in punishing Italy than they were in stopping us. Or at least Austria was. Russia was just, he became Turkey. And therefore, me and Germany had initially planned on a 10-10 split, but when Austria and Russia had pulled all the way back to deal with Italy, that became a 12-12 split. And then we got there a year early, and I was looking at the map like, I think we can still get one more centre each. We can make this a 13-13 split. I didn't see a reason not to do that, and I vetoed the draw, which was clearly a mistake. So that year went through. Germany got into his 13th in spring, but he could have guaranteed me my 13th in autumn. But instead, he took another centre and didn't help me take mine. So he got 14 and I only got 12. So, yeah, it was a little sad as we'd worked together really well. And I'm not someone who tends to just one-dot an ally if I don't have to. And I already had a good result in the bag. So I wasn't ever really planning to do that. He clearly was.
Yes, he was. Well, all's well that ends well. You're still leading the league through the first 2 games. So congratulations, McCallus. And we're hoping for great things in rounds 3 and 4, which I think are coming up in June. You intend to play those rounds?
Oh, yes. Definitely got to try and keep the lead now that I'm in it.
I think so. We'll be looking forward to seeing your name again during our next coverage of the Tour of Britain. So thanks for being on the show, McCallus.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Big fan of the DBN and the work you do.
We'll do a quick recap here. The Tour of Britain rounds 1 and 2 have completed, and our top 10 are as follows. McAllis is in first, followed by Tom DeGrief, Eskil Sandblom, Evan Swihart, Ben Kelman, Chris Woolgar, Morgante Pell, William Stein, Jackson Roberts, and Katie Gray. So congratulations to all of our players. With that, let's bring on to our stream. Welcome back, Adam and Karthik. Gentlemen, welcome back.
Thanks. Wow, some crazy stuff in those Tour of Britain games. That was fantastic to see.
Absolutely loving to see the diversity of play. A lot of good play out of Turkey today. Karthik, how are you feeling about your predictions? Oh, Karthik, you're on mute. But I got that one. So
I'm going to get some gloating now, I think.
Karthik, you're still on mute. All right.
We'll figure it out eventually.
All right, we're gonna have Karthik. We'll come back to you in a minute once we get your mic figured out. And
sorry, I was muted. I'm back.
There you go.
That's all right. I didn't want to hear the gloating anyway.
Yeah, Turkey doing great. Texas wins the Big 12 championship. All is well, but yeah, so much gloating you didn't hear.
Yes. Yeah, to all of us in Longhorn Nation, give a shout out. This is a huge night. So good job. All right, enough of that. Let's get to the game we are all here to see. And I am going to see if I can rapidly switch over to back to the VDL. Be right back. So close. I will figure it out.
We're techno geniuses here.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, we are. All right. So here we go. Yeah, Brandon makes it look so easy. There we go. Okay, we are here for our primetime game. We chose VDL game 44. On this board in Austria, we have Miles Holcomb from Australia. In England, we have a new player to the league, Kedev Rex. France, we have Morgante Pell from Vermont. Germany, William Stein from New York. Italy, we have Ben Kelman from Philadelphia. Nick Montangelo from Nebraska. And in Turkey, we have K3D from Pennsylvania. Karthik, I'll start with you. Have you played with any of these players before? Is there anything you're looking to see in this game?
Yeah, I've played with Morgante. I played with Ben, and I played with Nick. Nick's a great alliance player, as is Ben. If they're on the board next to each other, I could easily see them forming a strong alliance and work together. Morgante is probably the best strategic player on this board. He has both him and I share very similar views on the game, and I think he will try to run the board if he can, and I think there's a very, very good chance that he does.
Adam?
Well, I was going to say, how can you not root for somebody named K3D, but he's playing Turkey, so I'm going to have to not jump on that bandwagon this game, right, Karthik?
Right, exactly.
No, this is a cool board. I love the mix of some new faces and, of course, some great players with Morgante and Ben. And so, let's see how it shakes down.
Definitely.
All right. Well, let's get to our primetime game. We will begin in spring of 01. Karthik, I'm going to have you lead us off with play-by-play. And Adam, you can fill in with color, and then we'll switch next year.
Oh, okay. So starting in the West, we see relatively standard opening for the English, with the exception of Liverpool accidentally moving to the North Sea instead of to Yorkshire or Edinburgh. Presumably he was going to go to one of those two places. Kedorowski seems to be a new player, so maybe he's just in a lack of familiarity with Backstabber. It can cause issues, so totally understandable. Unfortunately for him, to make matters worse, we see France go to the English Channel and to Picardy. Though this time, France goes to Burgundy instead of the Spain that we've seen in the past few games. Morgante clearly is on the warpath, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a sea lion, given that when we go to Nick in Russia, we have him open north with the army going to Moscow, Warsaw going to Livonia, which is very new, presumably going to get convoy to Sweden by the fleet in St. Petersburg, fleet in Gulf of Bothnia. Then in the south, we see Italy going to Trieste, presumably arranged, with Rome going to Apulia, Naples going to Ionian. So we should be seeing a strong AI in theory. Galicia is DMZ'd, otherwise standard openings from Austria. And then we see something we've seen recently, this VDL, which we haven't seen before. We see Turkey going Ankara to Constantinople, Constantinople going to Bulgaria, and Smyrna going to Armenia, which is an opening I personally really like for Turkey, which should help them at least deal a little bit with some of the dangerous AI actions to come.
Yeah, that Turkish opening definitely gives Russia some questions, especially with an all northern opening, right? What do you do with Romania? Do you cover Sev? Do you hold there? This is very unusual Russian opening, and again, I don't know how experienced Nick is, and this may work out really well, especially with the English misorder. But then again, Germany can't be liking this very much, and so that may impact Russia's chances of getting Sweden in the fall.
Right.
As far as the English misorder goes, for those who are, I have some experience using Backstabber on my phone, and especially with England with the really narrow touch screen interface, it can be really hard to get those moves right. And I definitely feel for Khedive here. That's a rough start.
Same. I mean, in my first game on Backstabber, in these tournaments, I messed up massively many times with convoys and stuff like that as England. It can be difficult. I feel for him.
Well, I, for one, love to see some of these openings. A lot of times openings are pretty standard, and a lot of times they're standard because they are tried and true. We know what to do when we see them. We know how to play from them. We've got a couple really fun options here. Warsaw to Livonia is something that I've seen maybe once or twice in my life. And I've been
and have you ever seen it with Moscow to St. Pete?
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever seen it combined with Moscow to St. Pete. Yeah, this is fascinating. And I know for sure I've never seen it combined with Sev to Rum. So really creative play here. The combination of moving to Rum with Armenia, I have so many questions about what's going on here, and I love it. Let's find out some answers. Fall of 1901, Karthik.
Okay, as expected, Russia gets bounced out of Sweden given the interesting moves from Russia. But because of England's moves, Russia ends up getting Norway as France, as England decides he has more issues to deal with France than with Russia. France tries to convoy to London. The convoy gets bounced out, but for his troubles, France still gets Belgium as Germany sends Ruhr back to Munich to cover it. Kiel takes Holland. Denmark stays in place, so that'll give Germany 2 builds. Livonia moves to Prussia, which should set up some issues for Germany, but with their builds, should be easily contained. In the south, we see some interesting dynamics as we see Ionian and Constantinople bouncing in the Aegean Sea, and Armenia come back down to Syria, presumably telling Italy, please go away, your Lepanto is not going anywhere, your gains are not here. We'll see if he gets that message, to be determined. What we see interesting here is Austria, instead of supporting themselves into Greece, they try to play aggressive with the move of Serbia to Bulgaria, indicating that I think they expected some support from the Russian unit in Romania, but they did not get it. So it's interesting to see if Austria expected an RA and just didn't see one, or if there was some sort of miscommunication there.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Karthik. There's not a lot of other rationale for that move to Bulgaria unless it's a mistake, which it's probably not. I agree with you. He was probably expecting to have some support because this is a risky set of moves, and there's no point in doing that rather than supporting yourself unless for some reason you think you're going to get Bulgaria. I want to comment on the English moves because actually it was a bit of a disastrous opening for Khedive, but actually I really like what he does here, particularly if this was diplomatically worked out with the Russians and, a message to the Russians saying, hey, put that army in Norway. It's yours. We don't need to fight. You go after Germany here. We're going to be all good, right? And it's opening up options for England rather than denying Russia the build and probably just bouncing and ticking off the Russians. You're saying, you know what? Okay, I'm going to have to slow play this from the corner. I might not grow that fast, but maybe I can recoup this, and I'm going to put myself in a position to do that. So really like the moves on England's part here.
Agreed.
Winter of 1901, we've got Morgante building a fleet in Brest. Germany is building Kiel and Berlin. We get a fleet in Naples, army in Vienna, fleet in Smyrna, army in Warsaw, and in Moscow. Adam, we'll start with you for play-by-play for 02, so I'll have you take the lead here. What stands out to you with these adjustments?
Well, I mean, certainly Morgante is not sending a friendly message to England. On the other hand, by putting that fleet out, he's only got one build. He's got a choice between putting a fleet out and saying, I'm going to continue trying to make gains against England, or maybe try to use that to start getting Iberian dots. Or he puts out an army and says, I'm not super trusting of the Germany. So he's got to make that choice, and he makes the choice to build the fleet. He's leaving himself a little bit vulnerable. But on the other hand, Germany's got Russia to deal with, so it's a sensible play here. Keep the fleet in the English Channel. England's not going to do anything against you. Grab your next build next turn, and then you can use that to bolster your position. You don't really have to do something super aggressive here. Otherwise, I don't think there's anything surprising. I think we can look at the Russia and say there were a lot of options here. You could have put a fleet in St. Pete. You could have put a fleet in Sev. You could have built in Sev to begin an army in Sev. But Russia goes for the conservative builds, which are, the two armies in the middle. They're certainly conservative, but they're also very flexible. There's a lot you can do. Warsaw obviously makes sense with the impending attack on Germany, and Moscow can go in either direction and builds you that flexibility. Could this be a rat? I don't know.
Oh, Adam smells a rat. Do we see one, Adam?
Nah. It seemed really unlikely. I think that this certainly makes sense, right? We're seeing something that looks a little bit like an AI, at least for the moment, which of course that could turn out to not be the case very quickly if they don't make progress, and they're going to really have a hard time making progress from this position. I'm trying to see, is Romania supporting the
Yeah, so it's supporting Serbia to Bulgaria.
Are we sure that it's not supporting Bulgaria to? Well, it can't support. It is supporting Serbia. It can't support Bulgaria to Serbia. So yeah. So that could sway things. I mean, I think if you're Russia in this position and Austria asks you to write that support, you kind of have to. Otherwise, you're going to lose Romania. So, it's probably the right thing. And this could even be a situation where Russia says, hey, I got to write this support. Why don't you just make sure you support yourself so that Austria doesn't get it? And actually, that would be a potentially clever move on Russia's part if he did that. Right, because you don't necessarily want the AI making advancement here, because your prospects against that AI, especially if you're so focused for a northern game, are not very good. Elsewhere in the West, we're seeing the delayed sea lion, as it were. The French support the Germans out against the English. Germany's basically saying, okay, I'm not going to make gains against Russia, but Russia doesn't really have the position to make gains against me. So I'm going to go see what I can pick up against England. England's weak right now. Morgante wants to work with me. And so indeed, that's what they decide to do. The French move of Picardy to Brest is kind of interesting. That suggests to me that he's going to convoy into Spain or something along those lines right now, rather than moving his fleet there.
So one thing I was going to say is, was there another English misorder? Because it seems that Belgium supported North Sea to Holland, but North Sea seemed to move to Helgoland.
I
Was
you know, I sort of, yeah, he did order that, but I sort of, thanks for pointing that out. I sort of doubt it's a misorder, right? I mean, if you're England, are you going to believe a darn thing that that France is telling you? And on the other hand,
very,
you know, and also, I mean, if you actually do take Holland here, you're not going to keep it, right? I
right.
mean, so I sort of wonder if that was really you know, probably not a misorder.
Mhm.
Fall of 1902.
Huh. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I mean, this is England continuing to play the game, which is great, right? You're in a not so great position, but you say, okay, hey, you know what? I'm going to keep working with Russia, and work with Russia he does, and puts Russia into Denmark. This works out great for Russia because there's a bounce in Norway. So Russia keeps Norway, takes Sweden, takes Denmark. Russia's got got one build coming because he loses Romania in the south, which again looks like it was probably agreed upon with the Austrians, or wasn't expecting the Austrians to follow him into Romania when he went to the Black Sea. But this does certainly look like a continued AI, if not an AIR, going on here. The Vienna to Bohemia strongly is suggestive of AIR. And Morgante is saying to himself, great, you know, I'm in France. I'm going to build this turn. I still have Spain for another build. And there's an AIR, and the world is my oyster from this side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. But for some reason, Germany didn't take him up on the offer of North Sea to London, and chose to go to Norway instead, and just got bounced out there. So I'm not sure if there's just like a breakdown of communication there, or if there was some Germany for some reason got persuaded to go to Norway instead.
Yeah. Yeah, with you're right. With that, it's very strange that he made that choice, because that was a guaranteed move.
Yeah.
Morgante looks at the West and says, "You must be McDonald's because I'm loving it." Winter of 1902. We've got Army Paris. We've got Fleet disband in Kiel. Nick builds Fleet St. Pete's South Coast, and Ben builds Fleet Naples. Miles, the only one with 2 builds, building armies Vienna and Budapest. Spring of 1903. Karthik, why don't you lead us off? What are we seeing?
Sure. I love the choice to build. I'll start with Russia first. I love the choice to build the fleet on the south coast of St. Petersburg, showing clear signs that he's committed against Germany here. And the moves continue to go against Germany here, where Russia supports the fleet in the Helgoland Bight into Kiel. For some reason, Germany's committed to trying to go for Norway, but that's another matter that I'll get into in a moment. Instead of seeing the AR that we thought we were seeing, it seems that we see an AI against RT still, where Austria cut Silesia, denying the Russian ability to get into Berlin. We see Austria going into Galicia. We see Austria taking Sevastopol. We see Austria supporting the fleet in the Aegean into Constantinople. We see a bunch of moves showing that Austria and Italy are working very, very well together against the remnants of the juggernaut, where Russia's getting capsized in the south and Turkey seems to be very little left in the world. Then in the other parts of the West, we see Morgante licking his lips and, like you said, loving it as he gets London, looks set up to take Liverpool, probably not this year, but very soon. Captures Spain and is in a great position to go on from there. I wouldn't be surprised also to see him take Holland in the near future as well. Also not this year, but probably in 1904. Italy doesn't do much besides getting Aegean and Constantinople.
Which is pretty impactful, right? Because that's basically the beginning of the end of Turkey once you kind of crack that border there. Unfortunately, Turkey. Well, I guess there was no guess here because the Russians supported the attack as well. Yeah, I think it's hard to overstate what a great position Morgante is in here in France. He's got an England who's basically on the fritz, attacking a Germany who's basically on the fritz, and he's got a Russia getting creamed in the south. I mean, that whole side of the board is ultimately his oyster to unshuck over the next however long it takes him to do it, and he can take his merry time probably.
Agreed. The reason why I said Italy wasn't doing much was because I said, like, given how broken the West is, I was really hoping that the fleet in Naples would start to move west.
Oh yeah, there's no excuse for it not to go to Tyrrhenian Sea just to get it out, right? I mean, there's no excuse for that.
Right.
You want it there at a very minimum to convoy Tunis back into Tuscany or Rome or something if you're not even going to move it anywhere, right?
Exactly. Because otherwise, Morgante is just going to run this board, right? I mean, like with the broken West, it's just easy pickings for him.
So the question is, at this point in the game, who in the East is going to rally the troops, and is anybody going to be able to help the East make that choice and move to the West to slow Morgante down?
I think Austria will, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to see AI stick together at this point. I mean, if they don't, there's definitely going to be some problems here, right? I mean, and we see here, I'm fine with Italy getting Greece. That makes sense to give the build to Italy. But again, why is Naples going Ionian instead of Tyrrhenian Sea here, right?
Agreed.
There's no reason. Even if you are trying to work together to first finish off the Turks, you don't need that extra fleet there to do it at this stage. So exactly. That's just a mistake.
Yeah, it seems that like Austria and Italy are committed to the German border, but are not paying nearly enough attention to the French, which is where all the real danger is.
Yeah, and France is building two here. I think we're going to probably. We'll probably see Fleet Brest Army Paris. He's not going to want to do anything that would attract Italy in his direction yet. And he's, whispering sweet nothings to Ben. And maybe Ben's buying it. And maybe Ben is saying, Austria's left himself pretty open. Maybe I'm going to put some units down and do something over there. In which case, it might work out for Ben, but he's going to be in a race if he does that.
Right.
So this is an interesting turn here as far as builds go. I feel like the West resolved a little bit faster than is typical. So it's almost like we've reached the mid game a little bit earlier than normal. So we'll go ahead and stop here and play Who Do You Like? Karthik, we'll start with you. Who on this board do you feel like has the best chance of topping and why?
Sure. So I would probably choose Morgante here. So long as Italy isn't committed to stopping him, Morgante has a very, very fractured West, where basically, like Adam said earlier, everyone seems to be on the fritz. So if he isn't getting stopped from the south immediately, then he'll just have easy pickings to clean up in the north. And I think I want to be Morgante here over anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna give the advantage to Morgante. I would say that I don't dislike the Italian and Austrian positions here. Regardless of whether they stick together or not, I think that there is some potential play, but they are going to be dealing with the fact that, Morgante is not going to have a lot of long-term resistance. I mean, he's not going to be moving and taking dots quickly, which is, I think, the only thing that's on the side of one of them potentially making a move to make gains faster than France can. But the long-term strategic position on this board is definitely in Morgante's favor right now.
Yeah, I definitely love to see the Italian builds, because I think that would very much determine whether or not I think Morgante will win this game.
But you'd expect to see Army Venice, Fleet Naples, no matter what, wouldn't you?
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's
right? If we see that, that's not going to tell us anything, because
that's true. That's true.
Trieste or whatever, right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It'll be the string of 4 moves that tell us.
Let's find out. Ooh, we do not.
Okay.
So, Karthik, what is that telling us?
That tells me that he's finally, I think, committing, hopefully, fingers crossed. I said this last time when I thought he was committing to Morgante, but this time I think he's really, truly committing to stopping the French in the south, or at least throwing a spanner into the works. So I think Morgante, still has a good path to win, but like Adam mentioned, it's possible that he'll be slowed down just enough that one of the Eastern powers could overtake him, but at least is a positive sign.
If you're Austria here, do you make a pitch to Russia? Say, hey, let's throw some stuff in the middle of the board and see if we can find a way to work together. I know you're not happy that I'm in Sev, but maybe I give you Sev back and you put me in Ankara, or I put you in Ankara. We work with the Italians, put you in Ankara, and you build up in Fleet St. Petersburg, North Coast, and we get you, making a play against what's going on in the north here. Do you think there's a good pitch there?
I think there is a good pitch. I'm not sure if it's in Austria's best interest necessarily, especially with Russia pulling the fleet Baltic.
Yeah,
I think if Russia had a second fleet in the north, then we could oh yes, you are a great method to stop Morgante. I'll do whatever it takes to keep you alive. But right now, it seems to me that the better use for him would be to get as many armies on the board as he can and try to take Munich and Berlin and hold the line from that point. Because if you can hold Munich and Berlin from the south, you can have a formal line there. But yeah, I'm not sure if Russia has much of a use anymore without that fleet in the Baltic Sea.
I wonder if he had pulled the army in Sweden instead, right? And maybe he could have gotten something going against to work with the German for a change. But maybe they're just not seeing eye to eye enough that they feel like there's any possibility of collaborating. But then again, pulling Baltic is pretty friendly against the German, I guess.
Well, they've been at each other's throat from the beginning of the game.
The English disband of Norwegian instead of Helgoland is also really interesting. I mean, how much more anti-German can you get than that?
Very true.
Looks like the conflict continues. Adam, lead us off.
Well, I just, spoke too soon because the English got support from the Germans into Denmark, not the other way. Morgante's doing the right thing to put himself in position to take Liverpool in the fall. Germany, interestingly, takes Norway. I mean, this is just chaos up there with Morgante just kind of slowly inching his way forward, right? The issue ultimately is going to be how is he going to deal with the deluge of Italian fleets that are about to appear in the Western Med, Gulf of Leon, et cetera, and that will really dictate what he's able to do next. I mean, he does have one build coming, but just one build. So
right, I definitely have much rather seen Brest go to Mao than to the English Channel.
Well, the reason he had to go to the English Channel is that way he can cover London when he supports himself.
Very true, yeah.
But now he's got fleets in not the greatest positions for protecting himself. So, this is interesting, right? I mean, Germany is still putting up a good fight and could find himself in a position in this game. Austria is, I guess, positioning himself to try to take Warsaw or Moscow in the fall by pulling back from Bohemia, which is great news for the Germans that to get back into this game potentially.
Yep.
Yes. Suddenly Will becomes a power player here, kind of playing a kingmaker. I think how Germany responds will have a big big impact on what happens going forward.
And I think England will get a build this turn because Norway tapping Sweden and then Helgoland to Denmark. That should be good enough to get a... Oh, no, he'll lose Liverpool. Never mind.
Yeah, he can't keep Liverpool. Yeah. And he didn't get the support to Denmark. How rude by Germany. Why,
Why not?
Why would you not give support there? You don't need to support Rota Holland. That's crazy. Wow.
So,
well,
Adam,
Germany gets his build, but I don't see why you wouldn't give England the dot there.
Yeah, neither do I.
Ugh. Too bad. Okay. Elsewhere, the Italians, push their fleets forward. Also, crucially, France is stuck in Marseille, which means they're not building a fleet down there, which is going to be super helpful. They have nothing in Mao, which is also going to be very helpful for the Italians right here. Mm-hmm. Out in the other, yeah.
Ooh, fancy.
On the other side of the board, Germany is looking a little bit up. Morgante is certainly pulling a lot of stuff back. I guess, he's pulling the armies back so that he can protect Spain, knowing that he has nothing in the mid-Atlantic. So now he's bound down in Burgundy, Marseille, Gascony area, so that stuff is all protected. Of course, he's leaving himself vulnerable in Belgium should the Germans decide to go in that direction. So this is really interesting. And, how quickly Ben turned this around, I think you have to give some credit there. And we'll see if it works out for him. But certainly there's some interesting play here. And maybe Morgante's position is not looking as strong as we had previously called it.
Mm-hmm.
Statistically, Italian and German success tend to be strongly correlated. And I think it is evidence to Ben's alliance play that he's able to establish a good relationship with Austria. Austria is kind of stymied right now, and he's got opportunity to grow should he press forward with Germany. I'm just still curious to see what Germany ends up choosing to do here.
I think, also, I think Austria made some suboptimal tactical moves here, right?
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And they ended up losing Sèvres as a result. There were definitely better ways to move there that would have either given you a better chance at taking Moscow or just not taking the risk and keeping Sèvres, right?
Right. Yeah. If you wanted to play safe, he should have sent Ukraine to Moscow as a mover. Or if he wanted to play aggressive and try to get it, he needed to send Galicia to Warsaw.
That's right. Yep.
All right, winner of 04, we say farewell to the British Army. We see Fleet Brest, Army Munich, disband in Bulgaria, and spring of 05. Karthik, why don't you lead us off?
Sure. I'll start in the West and go from there. So in France, we see that he moves to Clyde, setting himself up to try and take Edinburgh. We see English Channel support the Irish to Mao, and then we see a solid defense that should be able to hold indefinitely against whatever Italy sends against him, unless Germany does something to intervene, which, given the move of Munich to Tyrolia, does not seem likely. Germany, in addition to moving Munich to Tyrolia, tries to go to Silesia, but not good enough since Galicia is supported in by Warsaw. Kiel, once again, tries to support Helgoland to Denmark, but given that it was denied the previous time, seems that England just doesn't buy it. And then, other than that, nothing much there. Russia goes to St. Petersburg, presumably trying to set up a capture of Norway, which should succeed, barring any intervention from the English, which I don't think is likely because England will likely go for Edinburgh or London. And also there's pressure being applied to Berlin by Livonia going to Prussia and Warsaw supporting Galicia, Silesia, as mentioned previously. The fleet that Russia has in the south is disbanded, interestingly, instead of retreating to the Black Sea. So it seems that capture of Sevastopol was at least agreed upon. Whether or not it walks out later remains to be seen. Then we see in the south, finally, the Ionian Sea managed to take control of the Eastern Mediterranean. So we probably will see Turkey fall to nothing this turn. So Italy isn't able to get anything because of France's defense. So we'll see where they go from there if they pull back.
I guess, one thing I would comment on is that army getting stuck in Tunis and how inconvenient that's going to be for Italy. I mean, now you're going to have that army going to North Africa, which means that you're limiting what you can actually influence over on that part of the board. I mean, that's incredibly inconvenient. And so I think, we see this sort of thing happening all the time when Italy convoys into Tunis and then doesn't get the army back home, where ultimately is where you really want it. I mean, I think that there's opportunities for him to do that. He could pull Tuscany down to Tyrrhenian Sea and then convoy it back, which I think he's going to probably have to do. Mm-hmm. He can't really even afford to do that because he does need to cover North Africa from the French at this point. So, not the greatest position, but you got to learn to deal with it. The other thing that I find really interesting is, Morgante built the fleet in Brest and he goes to Picardy from there, which is really fascinating, right? Because ultimately what I think he's trying to do is crawl that fleet into Belgium and then ultimately have it there to give him play on the North Sea in the long term, in the long run of this game, which is really clever and a lot of long-term thinking here, because while he's working with the Germans right now, at some point he's going to want to be able to reclaim his position up in the north, and that's going to be very important to doing that.
Agreed.
All right, pressing forward, fall of 05. Adam, give us a rapid fire take here.
Oh, okay, so that's cool. So Germany takes a free walk into Trieste, and here we see that army coming home, where it should have been some time ago. But they finish off the Turks. Oh, they do not finish off the Turks. Why do they not finish off the Turks?
Because Smyrna goes to Constantinople.
Did they do this wrong? Was there another way they could have done this to? Yeah, they should have supported Armenia. No, I guess they couldn't have guaranteed it.
Yeah, they couldn't guarantee it.
They couldn't guarantee it, and so this is sort of the worst case scenario for them, because it's Italy losing the dot, and Austria building, and they really needed Italy not to have to pull here, because he's gonna have to pull probably Ankara, which is just completely suboptimal. So what a drag. Meanwhile, the Russians and the Austrians are working together, right? The Austrians do vacate Sev. They put the Russians into Berlin, so the Russians should have a build. Actually, they should have two builds, because the Russians take Norway as well. So expect to see a fleet in St. Petersburg this turn. After all the comments I made about that, what Morgante was doing with that fleet, he pulled it back to Brest now. So not entirely sure what's going on there. Karthik, any thoughts?
I am as puzzled as you are. I have no idea what you're thinking there. The only thing I can think of is some German diplomatic complaints, but other than that, I have no idea what you're thinking.
My count was off. Russia's building 3.
Well, where's the third one coming from?
So
the Sebastopol, the fleet was piffed.
That's right. He had a piff, and he had 2 big. He picked up Norway, and he picked up Berlin. That is
brilliant by Russia.
Well done, Nick. Absolutely fantastic way to turn it around.
Proving why Nick is playing and I am commentating. He does a fantastic job knocking down my dark horse pick of Will in Germany. Well done. Yes, I do want to point out our producer Kevin O'Kelly behind the scenes is shouting at me. Talk about Piedmont. Talk about Piedmont. Adam, let's talk about Piedmont.
With respect to the convoy from Tunis up there, is that what you're asking? Well, I mean, you needed to get it home, and I can understand why he did this. The problem is you've now left a gaping hole that you can't fill very quickly, right? And this is the whole problem with that decision. I mean, he felt like he needed to get it to Piedmont, so he used Tuscany to support that move rather than going out to Tyrrhenian Sea so he could shift. Now the whole shift looks like a conga line if he wants to do it that way, which is almost assuredly not going to work, right? So, I mean, it's okay. It's not going to be disastrous, but it's definitely going to slow his momentum. Oh, and he pulls Tuscany. Wow. Okay, not sure that I would that's what I would have done here. I think Eastern Med or Ankara would have been probably Eastern Med.
Yeah, Eastern Med is definitely the easy pull there. I wouldn't pull Ankara.
Eastern Med, right?
Yeah, Eastern Med has to be the pull there.
Yeah, I mean, Eastern Med is so far from the action, you don't really need it for anything. So, wow.
Well, it's a great year for Russia. Builds fleet St. Pete North Coast. Also seems to still be pretty good for Morgante, in my opinion. Let's go ahead and pause here. And we're going to run through, if we're ready, through a couple of our late games. Does that sound okay with everybody?
Perfect.
All right. Adam, I'll let you go first. Which one was your game?
I had game 45.
45. All right. We'll start with that one.
I'm going to have to very quickly switch gears here. This is this is great.
All right, so we will bring up first the player list for game 45. We have in Austria, DBN's own Brandon Fogel. In England, Michael De Michele from Seattle. France, new player to our stream, Trevor Coleman. Welcome, Trevor. Germany, we have Go Horns Go himself. Must be pretty happy today, Mr. Ed Sullivan. Hook 'em. Italy, we have Natty Schaefer from Salt Lake City. Russia, John Lewis from Costa Rica, who I believe we saw earlier on the stream. And in Turkey, we have Chicago's Wes Ketchum.
This is a super cool. This is a super cool board. And actually, what I want to highlight at the beginning is since we all work with Brandon so much, what is Brandon like in diplomacy? What does he love more than anything else? Dynamic diplomacy games, right?
Absolutely.
Ebb and flow of alliances, dynamic play. So I want you to watch Brandon's game very carefully here and see what happens. Okay. All right. So in 1901. We have Italy walking into Trieste. We have France walking into the English Channel. And we have a bunch of other kind of standard bounces and whatnot that we see all the time. We also see France going into Burgundy, which is interesting. Bounces in Galicia, bounces in the Black Sea. So 1902, we get this sea lion. We got the support into the North Sea. Actually, the winter, I think I saw a couple of English. We saw one English build in Liverpool, which is always a wonderful thing to see. Actually, when you're getting sea lioned, it's a nice defensive build here. Russia puts down 2 armies, very friendly, and the A. Well, is it an AI? We got Italy in Budapest and Aegean. Certainly looks like an AI. But now we've got them attacking Russia, not Turkey. Well, they're attacking both, actually. And they take out Romania. In the other side, we've got France continuing the move against England and Germany slipping into London. Going forward into that, hey, it's the end of 1902 and Tunis is still unowned. That's kind of cool. We've got Armenia going to Sev to block the convoy that doesn't come. And hey, Karthik, we've got an AIR. Just saying. Okay, let's move on.
VDL.
Now, 1903. Okay, let's see. Spring 1903. We've got Russia convoying into Ankara. We got destroying that fleet and fleet Aegean. West, this is a tough game for Turkey. This is the traditional AIR type of play, and it's not a fun situation to be in as Turkey. Apulia goes to Tunis, but they forget to convoy it. So it's the end of 1903, and Tunis is still unowned. We get the convoy into Tuscany, which is always fun. And we've continued to have the wait a minute, that's not an FG, is it? We just saw Germany taking Belgium off there. So now it's 1904, and will AI stick together? Will FG stick together? And what do we see? The AI continues to pull. Brandon sticks with his ally. Who gets Tunis first in 1904? Austria. Pretty cool. When was the last time you saw that? All right. As for the FG looks more like an F right now, with France taking London and taking Belgium back. 1905, we continue to see that AI pushing towards the middle of the board. We're up in Tyrolia. We're up in Galicia. France is cleaning up against Germany. Well, cleaning up against England first, and then making the moves that they need to do to finish that off. So what's going to happen with AI? Do they stick together? Does one of them go for it, or are they going to mainly be concerned about France getting really big? Well, France is building fleets. They've got a bunch in the south. Italy and Austria have got the fleets to deal with it. What about Germany in the middle? Do you attack Germany or do you support him? And in fact, we see Austria. Well, they're fighting right here. Austria takes Moscow. Tries to go to Silesia in 1906, spring 06, fall 06. We see kind of the opposite of that. We see, okay, Austria says to Germany, tell you what, I'll take Moscow and Warsaw. You go up and take St. Petersburg, and I'll go help you back in your home centers. And that's what happens here. Germany's pushing France back. The AI continues to work together and to lead the board. 1907, this looks a lot more like a lock it down type of year. We're pushing everything towards the middle of the board. Austria and Italy are trading some centers with respect to Greece here. And in the fall, we're going to probably end this. And we do, with Austria on top at 10, and Germany, France, and Italy, respectively, at 9, 8, 7. So I guess that ended before Italy took the. Well, I don't know. Did this end before fall?
It would be if it ended in the fall, it goes back to the score of the
Okay,
previous
so Italy doesn't get that last Austrian center here. Okay, so very cool game long AI alliance, which I think was the right play here. Brandon, not the dynamic play that you always love to see, but really well played game by you and Natty. Really interesting stuff in the other side of the board by Ed and Trevor as well. Karthik, what's your take?
I thought it was a really fun game to watch. I was like, definitely not as dynamic as I'd expect a game from Brandon to be, but I definitely enjoyed the solid AI play. The FG play was very interesting until it stopped being an FG. I was surprised that Natty agreed to the draw before he took Greece. So I'm not sure what the dynamic was there. I would love to hear about that. But yeah, all in all, a great game, I think.
Yeah, and I think one thing I was our Kevin O'Kelly is just on top of things tonight. He has been fantastic. The producer pointed out that this is Trevor Coleman's first face-to-face or virtual face-to-face game ever. And that this is, I think Trevor has played one gunboat game and that's it. So
that
really
was impressive. That was
fantastic first game.
Yeah, that was impressive for any game, let alone a first game. So I think Trevor's timing and decision making throughout the game was quite good. That was really nice.
And these are some top tier players on this board. So congratulations. So yeah, it was a fun game. Speaking of fun games, like my little transition, I'm starting to get good at those. We've got another quick promo video we want to show for everybody. And with that, we welcome back Corey and Adam. We are going to have ourselves a charity event. It'll be the first time I've ever played Diplomacy for Charity. I'm really excited about it, and I hope that everybody on the stream is excited. Adam, what are your thoughts?
Oh, I'm super excited. I mean, it's I couldn't ask to play with a better group of folks and for some good causes. So it's going to be a great game. I think it'll be give an opportunity for some people to see those of us who are up here in the booth always making smart aleck comments about their games. They can make some smart aleck comments about ours and see what we can do against each other.
Yeah,
so Corey,
I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm not playing and I'm not commenting because I want to be in this comment section with my chips. I want to be yelling at you guys. I want to be going back and forth with Chris Kelly, calling you all fools, just like you like to do for everyone else. So I am pumped about it.
I can't wait. So the cast, I believe, if I get this right, correct me if I'm wrong. Those of you who are in the know in chat, it is going to be Brandon and myself. We're going to have Adam, Siobhan, David, Doug, and who am I missing?
Chris Brand.
Chris Brand, yes. So this will be a cast of characters. So much fun to see this board. I think Kevin has been keeping us there's some kind of survey that went out where all of the community was able to help kind of rank what seed the players will be in and add some comments. Despite my best efforts, Kevin has been holding that close to the vest, has not shared anything, but he did say there was some comment about just here for the chaos, and I think that's all of us. We cannot wait. So with the chaos, let's transition back over to the VDL. We are going to bring up game 43. In VDL 43 in Austria, we have Ethan Patinod, new player, Johnny Gillum, also new player. Welcome to you both, and also to Peter Lebeau in Russia. In France, we have Jason Massbaum from Los Angeles. Jason did not quite qualify for the DBNI, but ended up playing in 2 rounds as an alternate. Not only did well, he missed the top board, I believe, by just 1 point. With this scoring system, it was less than 1 center. Definitely overperformed versus his ranking. Really impressive play, was the real Cinderella story of the DBNI. Germany, we have Chris Wardy from Chester, Great Britain. In Italy, we have DBON's Zachary Moore from Minneapolis. Zach, Brandon, and I are the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. Zach is also the founder of the Minneapolis Diplomacy Club and my co-host on Countdown. Really fun show. If you enjoy leagues and standings and things like that, check it out. We will be releasing our first episode in a couple of months. Russia, we have Peter Lebeau, and Turkey, we also have DBN's own Doug Moore, world champion Doug Moore from Portland, Oregon. This board is going to be fun. I can't wait.
There can only be one more. Sorry.
Boo.
Sorry.
All right. Corey, get us out of here.
All right, so right off the bat, I want to tell you that the nickname for this game is going to be Yes, We Are. No, we're not. Yes, we are. No, we're not. And just continue that as many times as you would like, because that's the tone we have here. The only constant in this game is a very patient turkey who consistently guesses right in their defenses. I actually did not look at who was playing, and now that I saw Doug Moore was turkey, I understand why this is the case. All right, so in our opening year, everything is standard, though England does open with a somewhat rare move to Barents in fall of 01. In spring of 02, France and Germany are headed towards England while Russia is defending against this English attack. And we have our first switch. In the next season, both France and Germany turn around with... Oh, I think I am off a little bit.
Sorry.
No, I'm not. Okay, sorry. First switch. So sorry, guys. Both France and Germany do turn around with France heading towards Italy in fall of 02. And then in spring of 03, we have yet another switch. Germany thinks that England might be a better ally than France, and so they move into the English Channel and Ver. In fall of 03, it's never mind from France as he turns around and heads back yet again. In spring of 04, it appears that EG's moves on France were half-hearted and they focus more on Russia. I'm assuming that Germany is publicly saying, sorry, Russia. Austria also piffs the Russian fleet in Romania. So if you're just looking at it from this perspective, Russia's in a bad position, right? Well, not really. In fall of 04, Austria walks out of Rum, accomplishing the piff of Russia's useless fleet, and Bal is only used to hold Den, though Den does hold the English fleet in Sweden. Meanwhile, this season, France swaps Belgium for Liverpool and England. And then we're in 05. France is continuing to fight against England and Germany and is clearly winning. Russia's luck is starting to look up as they regain Sweden with no German interference, and Austria continues towards the center of the board. But just wait. In 06, we're back to switching again. France leaves England yet again, presumably heading towards the Med, and Russia also decides that Austria has been as useful as he possibly can be and attacks them with Turkey. And it's at this very confused place that we come to a 7-way draw in 08, with Russia just barely edging France out with an 11 and a 10 center count, respectively.
Wow.
Do you know what's frustrating when you're playing England? Could you go back to, I think it's fall 03, when you have a free convoy into Brest and you misorder?
Yes.
That's not frustrating. That's devastating, and that really changed the course of this game because, I mean, this really just gave Jason the life to do what he pleased afterwards, and boy, wow, what a difference.
Yeah, and I will say, honestly, this game gave me the biggest headache because I was literally trying to count how many times it looked like the alliances and the structures were switching back and forth. And, ultimately, this is the result of that, right? We have a 7-way draw. No one was eliminated. And no one really, I think, from my perspective, made any, seriously material gains. It just was a very interesting board, and I wonder if the interactions with each other and negotiations was just very like harried or something, because that's what it feels like to me.
Well, you got to give some credit to Peter. I mean, keeping Doug in check is not an easy thing for anyone to do, and ended up with a great result here with Russia, and form that alliance with Doug that got locked down. And hey, nothing to be upset about there.
True.
Yeah, and it is St. Patrick's Day weekend in Chicago. Typically, in a non-COVID world, we'd be out with the river dye and filling all of the bars and parades. And I say that to say that Jason had a little bit of the luck of the Irish with him today, and he mass bombed as usual. Weaseling his way into 10 centers, but once again, just short of the board top. Congratulations to Peter LeBeau for that top. Corey, thank you so much for helping us out. And we're going to go ahead and welcome Karthik back, and we will see you as we close out the stream. Karthik, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the break. You are on mute.
Happy to be back.
All right. And let's return back to our primetime game. We'll take a look at VDL game 42. Whoops, that is not it.
44, I think, right?
44.
44.
Yep. There we go. We are experts here. Winter of 1905, we see strong performance from Nick and Morgante. Who did you like, Adam?
I mean, I have a hard time not sticking with Morgante here. I think he's got a harder run with the improved Russian position. But on the other hand, due to some mistakes by Italy, I don't think he's really too much under threat over there. He can hold things back. The question just remains, can he make progress? And I'm not entirely sure about that, but I think I think that I'd put him as a slight edge over Russia right now.
Karthik.
Just to take the contrarian point of view, I think that Russia has the positioning, as long as Austria doesn't interfere too much. I think Russia has positioning to take a solid board top here, especially if they can get Kiel, if they can get another fleet out into the waters. I think they have a really strong position to be able to cause some major chaos on the board.
All right, well, let's go rapid fire through some of these turns here. We're going to go 1 year at a time. So, Adam, I'll let you take the lead here. Spring of 1906.
Okay, so This looks very agreed upon. What happens here with the Austrians going into Sev? So with the withdrawal from Romania. So I'm guessing that this is passing through Sev in order to go up to Ukraine or something along those lines. I don't think that this is a stab here, which is going along Karthik's lines of saying Austria and Russia being on the same page. But I guess we'll have to wait till the fall to see. They do manage to take Munich, which was pretty much a freebie, assuming they collaborated. It does push the German army behind their lines into Bohemia, but in the long run, that's probably not going to make a huge difference. I think the story of the turn, though, is Ben actually pulling back and seeming to actually work with the French to the extent that you would call that working together. But it certainly is going to free up some breathing room for Morgante. This is really interesting because if there actually is an AIR, what he's doing here is entirely contrarian to the whole concept of what they strategically need to accomplish on this turn. So I would not be shocked to see a realignment come the fall.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. I think we would see some sort of RA form. We saw Austria walk out of Sevastopol once before. We see him do it again, which I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised to see him do it again. We see that happen. We see the successful taking of Constantinople, and we deny the retreat to Bulgaria, which is good, which means the Turkish threat should finally be over on this map. I don't think we need to be as fatalistic about the death of the AIR here. I think that Italy doesn't have the units in the necessary position right now to cause much headache for Austria. Luckily for Austria, and I think Russia is stuck in a northern game. So I think the real issue is that Italy kind of doesn't have much room to grow here, which is more of an Italian problem than an AAR problem, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's right, Karthik. And, I think in the fall, we definitely see continued collaboration. I think the things that are most notable to me in the fall is Germany walking out of Holland, which again, I don't know whether he was being clever and trying to prevent a bounce and roar or whether it was sort of just throwing in the towel. But Morgante goes up 2 as a result and takes the clear lead on the board. Russia does make some gains in taking Kiel, but he's even for some reason. I'm not sure.
He loses Denmark.
He lost Denmark to the English. And Kidive, great job continuing to fight to the end. I love it. Yep. Absolutely love it. So yeah, I mean, it's actually, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer is kind of how that turn went. And so the question now becomes, between the 3 main powers, how are they going to balance this end game in terms of figuring out who should be on top? Just by virtue of the fact that Morgante is sort of running solo here, I still put the advantage to him because I think that the structure of the alliance on the other side of the board is going to be less stable as this goes into an end game, and people think about where the dots are that they need in order to gain. And ultimately, that 3-way alliance breaking up is going to be more to Morgante's advantage, I think.
Agreed. And unfortunately, with Germany tossing the towel, it becomes much harder for Nick to stop the French advance. So I think this game is squarely Morgante's now. I don't think there's much anyone could do to stop him.
Yeah.
But we see we bid farewell to Will. Thank you for playing. We bid farewell to K3D. Thank you for playing. And Ben builds 2. Morgante builds 2, and Austria builds 1. Continuing into spring of 07, Karthik, why don't you take the lead here?
Sure. So Russia tries to make a play for the Norwegian, gets bounced out by the French fleet in Edinburgh. We see a nice little realignment of the fleets by Morgante, with Belgium going to North Sea sliding into Helgoland with English support, which stymies Nick once again as he tries to send Kiel to Helgoland, which creates a huge conga line pileup on Highway Kiel, as Kiel, Berlin, Prussia, and Warsaw all get frozen in position. So this is just a terrible turn for Nick. The only move that makes any movement is Moscow to Ukraine, but that's not doing him much good or anyone much good, unfortunately. Then going on back to Morgante's position, he makes some very nice position realignments. He gets Burgundy into Ruhr, Paris into Burgundy. He'll have the necessary units to deal with any threats to Spain or to Marseille. So he's in a very happy position right now. The fleet in English Channel should be enough to guarantee that Mao never falls. So Italy poses no threat to Morgante.
Is this going to lock?
Yeah, it'll lock because Gascony can support Burgundy to Marseille, or vice versa. Yeah, Gascony can support Burgundy, Marseille. Mao can support hold Spain. So until Ben gets something into NAF that can cut Mao, it's locked. And I assume, or at least I would hope, that the next build that Morgante gets will be placed in Marseille so that Gascony can then support hold Spain, and then everything's totally locked up.
Yeah, had Russia been able to get out of Kiel and get the army into Berlin, you could see some shenanigans around Ruhr or something like that potentially. Right. But I think that's going to be harder to do if Morgante builds this turn. I'm not sure he's building though.
He's not guaranteed to build, but there is some guesses that I think do exist, if I'm not mistaken. And
and he made the choice not to protect Spain, so he took a risk here.
Mm-hmm.
Pay for that. So obviously, I think just to point out for the viewers, Mao's support Spain would have been sufficient to hold Spain here. He doesn't actually need to be in Portugal to do that. I think the reason he probably does this is because in the long run, once Italy gets into North Africa, that Mao support can be cut. And if he still needs Gascony and Burgundy to protect Marseille, he has nothing protecting Spain, and it becomes a turn after turn guess. Unfortunately, he elected to take the guess now and guessed wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Austria pushes up into Ruhr. Gets back into Munich. This is going to make life very challenging for Morgante now. So the AIR actually does maybe have some room to push if this game goes on.
Yeah, I think Morgante just got too far ahead of himself in his thoughts. Like if he had just taken Kiel and focused on that and made the moves necessary to keep Marseille in Spain, he would have gotten the build, given that England is still working with them, and that Munich had other designs. So
I guess that he can't really, if you go back, I guess he can't really guarantee Kiel. He would have had to take it from Ruhr.
Yeah, he'd had to take it from Ruhr, which, I guess would have been bad positioning. So
I'm trying, is even that, I guess that's a guarantee, which maybe he wasn't willing to do that and leave Burgundy open.
Yeah, that's probably too risky for anyone to make. So, I can see why he made the moves he did.
You know what Morgante's wishing for right now?
An army.
Flying monkeys.
Flying monkeys.
Or an army in Paris.
Yes, or an army in Paris.
Spring of 1907, we've got Fleet St. Pete North Coast and Army Venice. Anything stand out to you with these adjustments?
Makes sense to me. I don't know that the army. I don't know that the army helps you, but I don't know that a fleet in Naples helps you either. So I think it's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
All right, Adam. I think it's your turn.
Okay, so this is pretty conservative play here. It's kind of interesting. Morgante, I think, is probably still trying to work with the English because he recognizes that English fleet is helpful to him. Whether he lets England retake London or not, we'll have to see. He probably has to let England retake London here because he can't do anything else with the English Channel, or he'll risk losing Mao. But this is a problematic position, but it's not a disaster. I believe that if he doesn't make an attack on Spain, Portugal supports Mao, English Channel supports Mao, everything supports Marseille is fine. The problem is then he's going to have to pull Helgoland, which is going to give him some massive problems. At this stage, it's racing against the clock if the AIR continues to push.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I would make one note, though. I don't think England is working necessarily with France since Sweden supported I think Russia kind of knew what England was going to do there. Like actually, not necessarily. That could have just been a force. No, never mind. I take back what I was saying. Carry on.
Oh wow. Okay. So Morgante does indeed eliminate
Oh, so I was right. Never mind.
Yeah, you were right. He eliminates England. I mean, these are good tactical moves on Morgante's part, but the problem is now you've got Barents is out in Norwegian, you've got the fleet in Norway. I mean, in the long run, this is not a winning position. You're going to get pushed on. On the other hand, who's getting the benefit from it? Well, Austria is recognizing that Russia's the one getting the most benefit and says, okay, well, if we're going to do this, you're going to give me Sev, and you have no choice in the matter anyway. So he takes it, and from Russia's perspective, it's sort of like, well, I can't do anything about it, so I might as well take it in stride.
Right.
This is 3 really good players versus 1 really good player, and the 3 is greater than the sum of the 1. They're just
you can take your choice of world champions, and and Morgante is a world champion essentially, and put them in a position like this. There's nothing you can do about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna keep them going slow. He's gonna continue to write great orders. But if this game goes on forever, I mean, it's not a win position; it's a lose position for him.
Yeah, the moment he lost control of the stalemate line in the southwest, it's going to become very hard for him to write good enough orders to keep everything locked forever.
Yeah, the question is, does anyone make a move in the AIR against each other to try and take the win here?
I can see Austria doing it to Russia, but other than that, it's going to be hard to see stabs working successfully.
In an untimed game, I don't think so. But in a timed game, if they see running out of time, I could certainly see a 1909 move up to Moscow and Warsaw just to grab some dots. I mean, why not at that stage if the game's going to end? But in an untimed game, I don't think so. Yeah. I think you keep rolling with it for the moment until, Russia has the units pushed far enough ahead that you can really do it.
Right.
Winter of 1908, we bid farewell to Kiev, and we've got Miles building an army in Vienna.
And just a comment to Kedev, I really want to give my hats off to somebody who, had a devastating spring 1901 misorder that really, really impacted his ability to have a successful game and sticking around till 1907 and having an impact. So hats off to you.
Yeah, he played a beautiful game given that misorder, and he really had a far larger impact than you would think, like a 3-center or a 2-center or a 1-center England as a maybe would have. So kudos to him.
Yeah, nice to see the fight, and welcome to the league. 1909, Karthik, why don't you take this year?
Sure. So since I started off in the west so many times, let's go down to the southeast to start. We see what seems to be an arranged upon bounce between Serbia and Greece and Bulgaria, having a nice little picnic party, whatever you want to call it. Sev comes down to Romania, probably just to assure Russia, hey, I'm not going to make any further moves on you. I got the 1 dot I wanted. We're all good. Other than that, we see some attempts to bust into Burgundy from Austria that do not succeed. Some moves towards Marseille, just probably to cut it. Nothing doing there. But finally, we do see the Russian Congo line succeed as Kiel goes to Holland, Berlin goes to Kiel, Prussia goes to Berlin, completely unsupported, but it all works out.
I do sort of wonder if you're, maybe even in an untimed game, if you're Austria at that point and you feel really good about where you're at with Italy, if you don't at least strongly think about the stab on Russia right here and throwing Italy, Bulgaria, so that they've got more units to go in the other direction and so that they're less tempted to do something silly against you. I mean, what's Russia going to do about it? And how, I mean, if you've got Italy on your side and Tyrolia helping you stay around in Munich, you've got Bohemia there. Now you're sitting up in Warsaw and Moscow, and Russia is pushed really far forward. I mean, you can even make the pitch to Russia like, hey, I got to take the dots. You stay going forward against Morgante, and, I don't go any further, and you're still my front lines.
Yeah, I guess, the one issue there is that the Italian position could turn into a stab, so you don't want to be too aggressive and irk your ally and get too big, but yeah. Moving along, we see that Liverpool is going to be easily taken uncontested after we manage to slip into now, and no armies or fleets anywhere nearby to stop it. We see a bunch of red arrows appear in Spain as Morgante writes the necessary orders to defend against the attack properly. Some more arranged bounces in Budapest to make sure that no perfidy occurs, though that doesn't prevent any, as Vienna could have easily been taken if support orders were made, but that's neither here nor there. Other than that, just a bunch of red arrows that don't really make much of a difference.
I mean, Morgante is continuing to make pretty good guesses here. I mean, he's losing every turn, but he's actually losing slower than he could be, depending on the if he was making worse guesses than he is.
Right.
Yeah, and it's to Russia's gain. His losses are to Russia's gain is the net effect. And I wonder now, does the other lesser members of the heir start to get a little spooked here?
Well, again, what are you going to do about it, right? I mean, you had your chance, and now you've got another Fleet St. Pete, which you're happy about. You got another army in Warsaw, which what else was he supposed to build? Certainly better than Army Moscow. But yeah, I mean, you've now got a really big Russia. I mean, what's Russia's next dot? I guess Edinburgh. If you're Austria, what's your next dot? I mean, Belgium, I guess. I mean, everybody's got something to gain at some point.
Is that Holland going to Ruhr?
It's Holland going to Ruhr to cover it.
Okay, I see.
But they could have supported it.
I'm not really clear why you would do it. That looks like a misorder or an intentional misorder or something.
Yeah, that seems that's intentional because Burgundy seems to be supporting Holland to Ruhr.
Burgundy is supporting Holland to Ruhr.
Yeah.
Far out.
Austria cannot be too happy about that. I mean, Austrian moves are obviously very anti-Russian right
now.
Well,
look at Russia. Russia clearly has sniffed this out, right? To the extent that they could. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess you don't feel like you can go Warsaw to Galicia, so you just hold. But but why are you holding in Berlin rather than supporting Kiel and virtual and vice versa, right? There's no reason not to hug if you're just sitting there.
Right. I'm not sure what the thought process is here.
Fall of 1910.
And why are you not covering Moscow? And why are you?
What is going
on? What is this? The hell is this?
Why?
What the hell? Okay, I don't know what to say.
All right, I'm so confused.
I don't know what to say.
Oh, what we say is that Miles Holcomb is making a move.
This is. I mean, is this a Jedi mind trick or something?
Like Holland supports Ruhr into Belgium now. Like, what is going on?
Why would you walk out of Warsaw and walk out of Moscow and not cover Moscow in this position?
The only thing I can think of is that there's an arrange upon like a range draw or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, because Ben noticed this.
Yeah,
that's fine. I mean, that seems like it's I mean, why wouldn't you do that if you're Ben? I mean, of course. That's a given. But okay, so you're Russia, and you can't hold Moscow. Oh, you can't hold Warsaw if Austria wants to take it. But why not cover Moscow?
Are they arguing over a draw and trying to swap dots around?
Hell, I mean, and look at this. Ben is on top now. I mean, after all of that, dipsy doodle and swapping centers, you got Ben on top. So good for him.
All right, in winter of 1910, we've got a fleet in Naples, interesting, and army in Budapest.
Mm-hmm.
Spring of 1911, Adam.
Well, I guess we're either okay with this or we recognize that we can't take anything back except that we can because Prussia to Warsaw, Livonia to Moscow, St. Pete supports that is guaranteed, except now you can't do that in the fall. So I don't know. I guess we're still working together. We got Russia's getting support into Belgium, so maybe we're okay with this for some reason.
Yeah, this really just smells like some sort of a range draw, like some sort of like 10-10-10, like call it a draw type deal. Because like
Hell, if I'm doing the 10-10-10 as Russia, do I want a 10-10-10 where I only have one home center though?
right, like I don't know. I mean, Nick's been very committed to the Northern game the entire game, so maybe he likes the idea.
Yeah, look, taking Belgium now, he can take London in the fall. I mean, I guess it's okay, but it's a pretty strange position.
Agreed.
I know that Ben and Nick can be pretty strong alliance players, and in the previous scoring system in VDL, split board top three-way, we saw year over year game or round after round. That was a fairly effective strategy. With the modifications that were made this year to the scoring, a split top's punished pretty heavily compared to the previous year. So, man, I would be so, and again, this is just me, I would be so tempted to just keep one ahead as time is going to expire. We know time is going to expire this year or next year. So they're playing with fire. I don't mind if somebody wants to go and split. That's fine. It's a valid strategy. They're going to get a decent score, and they'll probably be towards the top half of the league at the end of this round. But the risk is so high because if one person makes that move, it's a huge swing in points.
Right. I mean, Vienna's there for the taking. Like, there's some like perfidy that could go on for sure.
Fall of 1911, Adam.
Well, we're getting more and more arranged bounces here. Vienna and Serbia seem to be bouncing more. And the risk with doing these kinds of perpetual bounces is right. Italy could basically order Trieste to Budapest here, and there goes that arranged bounce in Serbia, right? It's
right.
They're bouncing in Austria's dot, not in Italy's. But he doesn't. Ben's an honest and kind person and plays by the book and kicks the French out of mid-Atlantic like he's supposed to. And Russia is now topping this board with 11 centers, including one home center. So whatever I said that was wrong, Nick, home
centers count just as much as the other centers.
There you go.
All right, and this game ends just like we all predicted, with Russia topping the board with 11.
I said that many eons ago.
With one home center. Well done, Nick. Congratulations.
I have not seen this. I I have never seen this before. This is a new one for me.
Welcome back to the VDL, folks.
Oh man, the Northern game. He really committed to it, and it really worked.
I'm floored by this game. I mean, what an entertaining game, and what an unusual ending.
Okay, can we just go back to Nick's opening and just like show everyone how this game started?
That's a fair point. There it is.
There it is. Just Nick planned this all along. He said he didn't want the South, he didn't want any of his Southern centers. He was going for a pure Northern game, and he called it.
Well, let's add another member to this stream. We are going to welcome in VDL founder, commissioner himself, Zachary Moore. Zachary, welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Zach, we just saw one of the craziest games that I have ever seen, and I've been doing this a while now. This VDL, talk to us. How are you feeling about the new season?
Feeling great about the new season, Brian. We had a lot of first-time VDL players today. It was something in the neighborhood of 13, 14 first-time VDL players. You saw them all on these boards. A lot of people with locations that were left blank because we're just meeting them for the first time. That is definitely a record for most new players in the VDL, and it's a fantastic way to start the season.
Well, I, for one, have really enjoyed it. What are some of the goals that you've got for the season this year? What are you hoping to see?
Well, we got to beat last year's numbers. All right. And just off the top of my head, 96 different players is what we had last year. I think 38 boards. So let's beat that. Let's try to have fewer AIRs. Can we all agree? Just have a better
Although,
year
I
for
mean, the
Turkey?
one we just saw was pretty. That was not a standard AIR though.
Yeah, that was the one AR is okay with.
I'm okay with that one.
Yeah, an AIR, that can be the new rule. We'll call it the VDL rule. You can only do an AIR if Russia sacrifices 3 home centers. I'll be fine with that. And I'm excited to see in terms of goals. We have some of your ilk, some of these broadcasters coming in. Fogel, Brandon, and Doug Moore both tried their hand today. So my goal is for them to lose early and often.
Well, that mission was at least partially successful.
1 for 2.
Well, Zach, it has. I, for one, just want to express how grateful I am to what you have built with this league. We are seeing elite level diplomacy played in a very competitive, but also just a relaxed, fun environment. And I love league diplomacy. When I joined the Windy City Weasels, I fell in love with that format. I know that you built that with your Minnesota club, and it's one of the things I'm most happy about is that you found a way to share that experience of league diplomacy with an audience that is global. And we got players from all over the world participating, playing game over game. You have to manage your relationships differently. You can't just play one game, you're playing an entire season. And it's just so much fun. And I love seeing the new people come in, and just thank you for building this.
Yeah, I also came up doing league diplomacy, and it's also my favorite way to play. And I think what this right here, this stream has gone hand in hand with the VDL. It's brought people into the VDL, and the VDL has piped people over to the stream. It's been a great synergy with what y'all have been doing here. And congrats, Karthik, by the way. First run, you're a natural, despite your shirt.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll ignore the shirt comment.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Zach, congratulations. I wish you and the league much success, and look forward to watching a lot of games that we cover here on League Night. We will be covering all of the VDL games. Every game will be covered once a month, and we'll see you all soon. Zach, we are going to close out the show, and so we'll say goodnight to you. Thank you. And we're going to bring
Brian,
back
may I throw out a quick pitch for the virtual whipping diplomacy tournament, which will take place on April 10th. It will be a 2-round tournament with players, from all over the world will be joining us. So I hope that we'll see many of our viewers in that tournament. Many of the VDL players will be playing. A lot of the top DBNI players have already registered. So please take a look for that within the Discord server on the VWDC server, and I hope we'll have a link to that in the comments or in the liner notes for this. But take a look on the VWDC server for the whipping group, and join in and register and come play on April 10th.
Yeah, the Game Day Live crew will be covering whipping. So if you are able to make it, please play. If you're unable to, or if you are playing and are not actively on the boards, please stop in the stream. It's going to be a blast. All right, folks. Well, that wraps up our very first broadcast of League Night. A couple shout outs. First of all, Karthik, congratulations. Welcome to the stream. Really nice to have the player's perspective in the booth. So thank you.
Thanks. It was a pleasure.
Why don't you start us out? What were your thoughts about what we saw today from both the VDL and the Tour of Britain?
I thought they were some really fun, really dynamic games. I think the thing I was most appreciative of was the changes in the meta. People were definitely willing to branch out and try new things in this new season, which I think is really a good sign for things to come over the course of this year. We saw a lot of turkeys doing really, really well, which was something that, given my early prediction, made me very, very happy. And we also saw some really new, like, clever openings. Like, I've never seen anything like what Nick pulled off in the most recent in the game that we just covered. So I think we have potential to see some really cool, really innovative ideas in this new VDL, especially since everything is being televised, everything's being streamed. Like, some really interesting things will come out of it.
Adam, how about you?
Well, first of all, Brian, I want to thank you for all of your work in pulling this league night together. This has been an incredible experience for us commentators, and I hope the viewers have enjoyed it as much as I've enjoyed being on the show. So really, Brian, amazing work, and I think this is a great service you do for the community. And for all of you viewers, thank you so much for supporting us and for playing in the VDL and for just being great friends, virtual and real life. And for those who are virtual friends, I hope to see you all in real life at some time in the near future. Karthik made a mention to the meta, and I'm not sure what the meta is, because we saw so much variation across these games today. There really weren't a lot of trends that I picked up on. If others did, I would love to hear about it. But there was so much variety between the games and the way things went and the way, the outcomes, the openings. It's just great to see, right? I mean, and there were several times during the games where I said to myself or out loud, "Hey, I've never seen that before," which is fantastic. So a lot of fun.
Corey.
Yeah, absolutely piggybacking off of what everybody has already said. And shout out to Kevin, who is in the background doing a lot of work as well. I loved seeing a couple of witches show up. That was fantastic. I did not expect my prediction to come true so quickly. This has been great. It's been super fun to watch the comment section as we were going. And yeah, just massive thank you to all my fellow commenters. Your stuff was great.
Well, to close out the night, we will look at our updated standings for the VDL. We see positions 20 to 30 on screen here. We've got 11 to 20 here. And then we will read out the top 10. We've got a tie for 9th with Wes Ketchum and McAllis. We've got Natty Schaefer in 8th, Peter LeBeau, Nick Armantagello, Tom DeGrief, Andre Janico, Miles Holcomb, Brandon Fogel, and Morgante Pell, separated by 1 point. So we've already got some fireworks going on with our standings. Look forward to doing this again with you all next month. We are going to cover the oh god, if you think my English is bad, my French is worse. The Ligue Francophone de Diplomatie Virtuelle. So the French Virtual Diplomacy League. I will not butcher that again. They have already been playing several games. It's been really active, and we're really excited. I think we've got some unique meta here in what we saw between the VDL and the Tour of Britain. Now we're going to bring in the native French-speaking community, which our hobby owes a lot to. I believe they invented the Paris method. They've really pushed the
timed format for building leagues, and a lot of the structured, organized play that we have in the US. Took a lot of ideas. So super excited to see that hobby coming back to life, and can't wait to cover some of those games next month. Of course, we will also be covering the Virtual Diplomacy League, and we'll see you here next month. Thank you all. And as Siobhan says, stay safe and stab well. Good night, everybody.